running
Hi.
a little behind. We get
Hey.
into these great conversations in the green room, girl.
And then
And
winter weather is doing stupid stuff too. So, but we're
yes,
here. We're
welcome,
here now.
welcome,
Welcome to
welcome. Hey,
welcome
Invincible
to
Summer.
my
Hey,
aunties.
Nicole. I hope everybody's
Hi.
doing well today. Y'all know we are in such gratitude and we feel such awe to be in the same space with the most excellent author of Level Up Single Mom herself, our own Quianna.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Hi,
Hey,
everyone.
hey, tea time. Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you
Yes,
all for
we're
waiting.
number 1, 2 with
Thank
Level
you
Up
all
Single Mom.
who came back. Thank you for
I
coming
did.
back because
You
it
sounded
was
like you
just getting
surprised.
good.
I'm excited for this today.
You sounded like you were surprised.
Oh, girl, no, I'm grateful. That's my
Okay, good.
grateful scream. Not much surprises me anymore, girl.
Yeah,
That's what
when you reach
happens
that
when you
wisdom
become,
age.
yeah. Well, that's what happens when you become 183
Oh.
next year. Oh, so Miss Auntie D is we both have just a few more questions before we get into solutions. And as soon as Auntie D does her special welcome back
Hmm.
to Quianna, I want to set the tone for kind of where this is going tonight, because we have um here, and for everybody that's joining us, Nicole, did I say hello? Hello, Nicole. um for everybody that's joining us, I do want this to be a bit more interactive. And I know we get lost in the sauce because we all start talking and you guys are in the chat and we're like, okay, wait, and I'm backing up and stuff like that. But I do love that. I do really love that. And we are going to ask just a couple more questions, but we also are going to um, come up with some solutions,
Hmm.
because we can keep talking about all of these different things, but what are we doing?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know individually in our lives, there, especially, I can't say during this time, just times in our lives, specifically as Black women, um, Indigenous women, we have so much going on, girl. We have so much going on. And there's all of these, darts and arrows our way, and all of this different stuff. So sometimes we're just trying to deal with the present, but
Yeah.
we're going to have to start wrapping our mind around not just the present, but the reality of the present. And that if we don't act in the present, it will have a direct effect on the next day, the next day, the next day, the next year, next 10 years. So over to Miss D, and then we can ask our questions.
Okay, so we have, of course, welcome officially again to Miss Quianna Footman, and it is just such a delight for you to be here with us today for the second time. And again, I'm Auntie D. This is Auntie Love, and of course, all of you out here watching who are aunties, we appreciate you being here today. So, since we were last here, but it'll be a good place to put it in as we transition to solutions. Miss Footman has had, okay, winter weather is acting a fool again. It is what it is. But Miss Footman has had some wonderful updates that really epitomizes the kind of solutions that we're going to suggest. We did have just a few questions that we were going to continue to go through because, it was just getting good. We were just getting, it was just like you just got that bowl of gumbo and it was steaming and it was hot and you got called to go do something. And we had to leave the gumbo on the table. So we went on and we did what your aunties do. Baby, don't worry about it. We're going to cover it up. We're going to put it to the side. And no, we're not putting it in the microwave because proper aunties don't do that. We're going to get one of the small pans that we have and we're going to reheat it and make it hot for you all over again. And then because we love you, we're going to put a little extra cayenne up in there so that whenever you get back to it, it still got that bump. We might actually go out to the garden and find a few little things. So we got a little extra for you today. Just sprinkle it on in there to make up for that part two, because we got some new information. And that's really going to help us when we get into our solutions section. Some of the things that Miss Footman has accomplished since we last saw her. Now, she's only been gone 3 weeks, so I'm not going to steal her thunder. She'll tell you herself. But I'm going to just say here, since we have a moment till the winter weather in Philadelphia releases Miss Footman, the internet releases Miss Footman to come back.
Yes.
Because I have trash cans literally blowing down my street right now. This winter just was like, I gave y'all a break. I don't know what y'all thought this was, but it is you still belong. It's out there talking about you belong to me. Acting like you belong to me. But I will follow up on something Auntie Love said. And I plan to do a grown black folks talk about this tomorrow. Provided these allergies stop trying to snatch my own voice box. You walk around and snatch other people's voice boxes all winter, then you finally get that lesson yourself. But I've been just noticing as I've been promoting my book and meeting different people on social media that you have black men and white men proposing what they want in a woman as an ideal. And that's basically a child slave bride. Because she has no emotional attachments to any other man, which means she's not older than 11, because puppy love starts around there. And she doesn't know anybody else to compare him to. The only way you can have a mate like that, there's only 2 ways that can happen. You marry him at age 11, or you crash the economy so hard that you make grown women have to pretend like that's how they are. And if you wonder why things are not going well in the economy and why you notice that certain communities look very neglected and no one's interested in rebuilding them, but then you look at their rhetoric and you talk about we want it to collapse so that certain women are forced back under our submission. That's what's going on. And if you have a goodly portion of 50% of the men of the country talking that, and a goodly portion of our own brothers talking that, then that's a lot of people not doing the work necessary to keep the community and the country in order. That's a lot of dead weight. So it's very important that we look at what are the action steps we need to take in order to be able to sustain ourselves and our children. And as Auntie Love and I were talking about offline, this does not necessarily preclude the men who are actually doing what they're supposed to do. But if you're waiting for Prince Charming to come get you, Satan has sent his representative. And some of these people are in office and running for it. And that is not a reference to party either. It's not. So as we move forward into our questions, I think we had a really good conversation with Ms. Footman on our last, covered a lot of ground. And Auntie Love, I really appreciate you sharing, both you and Ms. Footman, Quianna. I know her that well, just doing my introductory thing. Because I think we need to understand well, you know what I can do now? You asked me to go over something that the Heritage Foundation had to say. And I can do that right now while we wait.
Okay.
For Ms. Footman to get back.
Hey, Jazzy. Hey, True.
I'll go over that while we wait for the internets to release Miss Footman. Winter shows are always kind of interesting.
Let me ask them a question. I want to pose a couple of things while you're getting that up.
Okay.
Okay, everybody. Whether you're here live or you're catching this on the remix, We told you last year we're gonna start sharing our genius zone with you and y'all genius zone as Black women. And we're gonna get cerebral. We're gonna not just talk about a problem or whatever. We're gonna actually devise solutions that have steps in which we can take day 1, day 2, 3 months, for whatever. Okay, because what Auntie D is about to talk about, Project 2025. I made sure the last time that we were all together here that we had talked about Project 2025, and I kind of, gave a hint of, okay, homework, y'all, right? And I hope we get an opportunity to have all of you share your thoughts and comments on specifically what we're talking about today, because we're here with Level Up single mom herself, and it involves single Black mothers and Black women, period, and Black girls and all of our children. Okay, so I know I have my 4 questions that seems to scare so many of us as Black women. Who am I? What do I want? Hey, Key, she's back. Yeah.
Okay, yay.
Okay.
Hey,
So,
I told you, now that may happen. I'm in the midst of setting up new Wi-Fi because I don't know what it is. Ever since we did the last live, I used my hotspot for that and it worked. But ever since then, my phone internet will just go off. Nothing is connecting. My computer won't let me log into it's crazy.
girl, why you?
It's okay.
Why you tripping, girl? Ain't nobody tripping. Ain't nobody tripping.
Hey, nobody. We
But
all been there.
look, I got my internet box is right here, so I'm figuring it out. But I don't know what's going on.
I've asked this over the last 2.5 years. I know y'all have heard me ask these 4 questions of you to ask yourselves. Okay, who am I? What do I want? Who's my competition? And do I think in or out of the box? Okay. It's a part of my self-confidence class. While I'm not going to give you the answers to who you are, because that is going to be based on your belief about yourself. We do give a lot of guidance and a lot of exercises and tools to get you there. Because the bottom line is, you cannot ask anyone else to define for you who you are and what you want. That's a recipe for a bunch of stereotypes, if I ever heard it. Okay? You are going to have to take the time to do this for you. You got to be able to answer those 4 questions. See, I make myself, and I authored the process of agape intelligence that you see played out in different courses or things you hear me say or whatever. But the bottom line is, you are going to need to spend time with you. That's a lot of what I heard Quianna say as a part of the solutions, okay, to what we deal with in particular Black men as single Black mothers, right? So those 4, but I'm going to add some other things. And here, this is actually from African Goddess Rising. I want y'all to know that. I love the way she puts that. I don't know if you can see it. Okay. African goddess. Okay. But she gives a lot of explanation in the front of it. But anyway, there's 5 questions that she's asking us to ask ourselves in different situations that we find ourselves in or that we chose. And so here we are. Okay. Let's talk about it. Hello, Mara. Thank you for joining us. So the first thing she asked, and you know, I know I didn't say get your notepads out or nothing, but anyway, the first question is what is presently affecting me and those I love and adore? And I added the adore part to it because we're going to need to talk about the reality of what is actually affecting us, identifying it. You know what I'm saying? All right. So then 2, what are our biggest obstacles? I know when I ask myself that question, the first thing that pops in my mind is me and my mindset. Okay. So it's an automatic thing when you go through the self-confidence class that you start to look at yourself in a selfful way. Okay. So I don't know anybody who knows me who's like, oh, she puts herself down a lot and she does this and she does that. They don't see me that way.
Mm-hmm.
Most people, when I ask them, right, they'll specifically, and these are some of them are very close to me, and girl, they don't hold back. Okay, as they should not. If they love me as I love them, I don't want them to hold back. Okay, so you automatically start to be able to unzip your skin, and not in a way where other people's definition of you, right,
Mm-hmm.
is what you're judging yourself by. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm thinking when I'm like thinking about, okay, so what part did I play? Because I know the person I could change right now is me. you know, immediately. All right. But we also have foreign, what I call for Black women and Black girls, foreign and domestic problems. Okay. And so, what are those obstacles? And we need to be real about it. And then third, what must we release? What in the situation do I need to release? Do I need to separate from? Do I need to deny access to me? Who and what do I need to release? Okay. Maybe what I need to release is a ignorant mindset of my own. So that means for me, I just read up, you know. I go to therapy. I do these things to check my own behavior and get it back on track, right?
Right.
So that's what I mean. I don't mean to beat yourself down and all this other man. There's plenty of people out there that try to do all that. Okay, you don't need to do that to yourself. I'm just saying. And the fourth question, and I think this is so important, just as important as the other, is what support do we truly need? And we have a hard time with that as Black women for obvious reasons, because we got trauma responses to needing to do everything and get everything done and make sure everybody's good. That's a trauma response. from all the violence and attacks and battery. I'm just saying, and policies. That's a trauma response. So, when I'm asking though, my part of it is what support do we truly need? I'm asking us to think about who are the people that aren't actually killing and mutilating us and really never have. Okay? We need to ask ourselves that, because a lot of us are leaning in to the people who are actually, we give them compassion, care, respect and all of this stuff to the people who are actually writing policies against us, actually writing laws that become violently enforceable, whether that violence is emotional, spiritual, usually fiscal and or physical. So I'm telling you, who is it, if we're in need, not only who is it that we need and can we depend on them because there's trust between us, but who don't we need? Okay? Who don't we need? All right? Whose gays don't we need? Whose whatever don't we need? Who we need to release and move on and switch our energy back over to centering us and our children's and our loved ones that we adore. I'm just saying. So, and the last one is, what solutions are we going to come up with, and what action steps are we going to take? So, I'm sorry, Misty.
Okay, that's okay, because that's a lot of material that we're gonna cover as we go through the process. Okay, so I'm gonna put the Heritage Foundation back on the back burner because Ms. Footman is here with us, and we wanted to finish our questions and then talk about, as we transition to solutions, some wonderful things. See, we want you to know that you can enact the kind of solution we're going to be talking about, because Ms. Footman had an amazing day. And we want to hear about the amazing day. So, but I know that we have a couple questions, and then I know 5A, love, is the one that you yourself wanted to save to answer. Here, of course, now my internet would slow down like right now. Here we go. Okay, so we left off at question 4 last time. So we'll just start there. And in question 4, we have the concept of the good girl. Black girls are expected to be magical, but also to be good. You start getting told, don't be fast, don't be this, don't be that, don't be loud, don't laugh too loud, don't make waves, don't talk back very early. So to you, Quianna, what is the good girl, and what does that look like, and why can it be limiting to us as Black women?
So for me, the good girl was, well, for one, I have to use myself, right? I was a quintessential good girl in that I just wasn't any trouble for anyone. I've always had a pleasant demeanor. Um, I just kind of followed rules. I wasn't like a rule breaker. I did well in school, and I think, I don't know if it was on here or not, I mentioned like that wasn't really hard for me. I just was an easy to deal with child. And then by the time I got, to be a teenager, I just had a reputation of just being a good girl. Like even when I went to high school and I was that 12th grade? I don't know what grade it was, but I remember like I had a computer class and I went to the computer class for the first time and the teacher was like, "Oh, I've heard so much about you. I was so excited when they told me you were going to be in my class," and I was just like, "Okay." So just having a reputation as someone that people would want to have in their class or have around or whatever, just to me that was a good girl. And it wasn't necessarily about excellence so much as just being pleasant. I think just being pleasant to deal with, pleasant to be around, not being a problem in my own mind. And so, like I said, when I deviated from that, that was when I just had like a major meltdown, because I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to be received that way anymore now that I'm not the good girl, now that I've done the bad thing and I'm the baddest of girls, because that's literally like the worst thing you could do, right? Is have a child out of wedlock, as a teenager. So that really kind of rocked my world.
Okay. And just hearing you say that, um, I'm just gonna throw a little follow up in there. It looks like a lot of the good, so-called good versus the so-called bad is very artificial. It doesn't have anything to do with who you are as a person, but it seemed to be how well you fit into what other people needed on a particular day. Did that?
Yeah. The thing is, and I'm still kind of this way too. When I was talking about my default is acquiescing. I'm a win-win person. So if you're getting what you need and I'm getting what I need, I don't feel the need to make waves. And I've been lucky enough that within my life, I didn't really feel like I wasn't getting anything, or maybe I wasn't aware of what I wasn't getting. You know what I mean? It was just like, okay, everything's going good. I'm content. They're content. I see no reason to dissent. You know what I mean?
What if you yourself were not feeling content with the people around you as you were growing up, did you punish them? Hey, Noble.
Um, it's so weird that now that we're in this line of questioning, I'm thinking to myself, I don't recall being upset with anyone, but I will say that I probably by that time had learned to suppress, because when I was 5 years old, a neighbor that worked at the school that I was at told me that my grandparents weren't my parents, and I wasn't aware of that. And nobody told me, nobody in my family ever told me these are your parents. But my mother was 13. So
Mhm.
because of the dynamics of the household and nobody was talking, and I just assumed. And so this person knew my paternal grandmother, and for whatever reason, she heard me say something about my father, referring to my grandfather. And she said, "That's not your father, that's your grandfather." This was at school. And so I got through the school day. I went home. I had a breakdown, and my understanding was it was dealt with, which I think means they cursed the woman out. But nobody ever talked to me about it. And I so I'm saying that I feel like I kind of learned to just suppress things, because this is coming up for me now, because nobody ever taught me how to deal with traumatic things or shocks like that or anything.
So here's the reason I asked it that way. I asked, if you had disappointments as you were growing up with the people around you, and did you deal with those disappointments by punishing them? Because I knew you didn't punish them. I knew that's just not a concept really that Black girls are trying to be doing, right? They're not. Our little Black girls, if y'all really look at our little Black girls, okay, and remember yourself as Black girls, those of us who are Black women, grown as hell, remember yourself. You weren't trying to punish anyone when they disappointed you. But on the other hand, big people and other people, if we had siblings, in my case, cousins, they were able to punish you. But that was not what we did. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, when your response became, because you were imprinted on, I was imprinted on, right? Your response became, I won't get punished if I just suppress and I just be a good girl. And a lot of us are taught that. I was taught that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I just do what everybody needs for me to do, wants for me to do, read their mind for them, all of that. Because one of the things that we are taught as little Black girls is about two people in particular. And this is why I have such beef with them. Okay, this is not why, but it's a part of it. We were taught to please Black men and to uplift them and to have their backs and be loyal. And we were taught to please white women, because that could mean not only your life, but your family's life, literally. So we had to know about them, what they like, what they don't like, what it looks like. And the fact that we can get that so quickly is because we're natural empaths. But that empath, we're getting that, okay, they feel angry, or they feel like they're upset about something or whatever, and I'm not trying to be punished. Okay, I don't even know what this one's thinking, what that one's thinking, or whatever, but I got these feelings, and I'm feeling they feelings, and I'm not feeling like getting punished.
I definitely can say I can remember, even though like I was, and I always say I was privileged and fortunate enough to not have like abuse in terms of like people talking down to me or beating on me, or like I had a very loving environment. But I can say that by the time I was like cognizant of my own personality or whatever, I was very attuned to the energy of the people around me, and just always, I've always been kind of like a conduit, and maybe even what would that be called? Just I take in the energy and then I turn it around and then I put it back out. And so I can set the tone of the room, but that takes a toll, because depending on how hard the energy, how wonky the energy is, that can take a large toll on me. But I can say, like, all throughout my life,
Really, internet? Really?
They froze.
Really, internet? Yeah.
Because what she's saying, hey, Miguel. Oh, hey. I hope did I say hello to Jazzy and everyone? Oh gosh, I don't want to miss anyone. Let's talk about Mara. Okay. I think I said hello to everybody so far. So Auntie D, I know we get in each other's heads a lot. Right. We get in each other's heads a lot. But Quianna's answer to that is so, I don't know. Tell me what you feel about her answer to that, and that a lot of us feel
as a fellow good girl empath.
Yeah.
I remember I got a name pretty early in life, the Diplomat. because I was able to pretty accurately figure out what other people were thinking and feeling. And it is a very odd place at 8 and 9 to be in a position. And we got a question about church coming up in just a minute, so I'm gonna transition to that. To be in a place where 8 and 9 already, you have to start to use that ability to. Now, like Quianna, my family's not abusive, and people at my church knew Matthew's pretty easy to get along with, and the Phillips are pretty easy to get along with. But what you don't want to do is get stuck between Grandma Phillips and Father and Mother Matthews over their babies. That's what you don't want to do. But at the same time, the culture of the neighborhood I lived in and the churches that are, of course, in these neighborhoods, the whole weight of if you don't get it right, it's not just you that's going to suffer, was also there. I was talking to a sister in Nigeria, and she told me that in West Africa, the eldest daughter is called the Ada. And from the moment she's born, it's her responsibility to take care of all younger children and to make sure the family is cool. I'm like, okay, so what happened to me as a firstborn daughter is normal for us.
Yes.
She said that going to college was her 4-year escape. That's all she got in the first 22 years. So you learn to be very attuned to what other people need, what other people think, what other people want. But what you don't have as much time to do, and I was probably more blessed than most because my family had enough money to be able to support me as a musician and an artist. But if you did not have that, you're going to take all that ability and you're going to be in the habit before the age of 16 of just using it to help other people deal with their lives. And remember that I said earlier how men really want women to return to just that. For Black women, the acculturation is there already because of the good girl empath being used for everybody else. And of course, that's where you come back in, Quianna, because I was just talking about my reaction as your fellow Christian good girl empath. Who I'm like, how do you know the story of my life?
Isn't it like
How do you know the story of my life?
Yeah, it's so interesting how we're from all over the place, USA, and we have similar,
Yeah, because you're in the East, you're in the Northeast, you're in the South, and I'm in the West. I hadn't even thought about that, but yeah.
It's a triangle. It's a triangle, basically, right? So if you take what you just said, your answer is very deep. And it really has a lot to do with our own mindsets, right? Because I'm going to say this for us Black women. I didn't see the whole, I just didn't have time, but the young lady who got on with the whole, who did I marry or something, you know.
What is her name?
Reese? Is it Reese? Okay.
Is it Reese? Reese.
Okay. So I didn't, I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't look at all of them. I'm like 4 books behind again, you know, in my studies. So I just didn't, you know, but what I do know is that what you're hearing Quianna do in Level Up Single Mom and what you hear her doing tonight and the last time we were all together, and what you've heard me do, you've heard Auntie D do as well, is we are telling our story. Otherwise, people think they get to what did somebody say? Some white woman that worked for Trump and now all of a sudden she can't stand him or whatever. Oh, our history is a redacted history. Okay. You know, we're not giving you the redacted version of us. We are giving you the authentic version of us, and we ought to be telling our own stories because people, one of the things about being an empath that I think we have to get as Black women is that most of our daughters are born empaths as well. And instead of that child being made to care for everyone else, keep everybody else's secret, be there, be the chicken in the chicken soup and cook myself, okay, for you, okay, and then cut myself up and then help you open your mouth and so you can, swallow me
Reach
whole.
you.
Yeah. Um, you know, what if I told you we need to reverse that and we need to protect Black girls who are empaths? So I'm going to give us two books I've given us before: The Melanin Empath and The Empath Survival Guide. The difference between my daughter and a lot of other young Black women is that I protected her because I understood she was an empath, right? So all of those things they were telling us when we were growing up. Oh, the ones in our family who would say things like, "Oh, I dreamed that and then it happened," right? Or the way that we have a wisdom to see a thing and see the future of it budding right in front of us, right? Um, That's not Black girl magic. That is because we are preternatural elementals. Okay. It seems like magic to other people because they're not that advanced. Sorry. Because they're not that old as humans. Right. So we're going to have to change the way we approach um, securing, protecting, and surrounding our daughters because again, most of them are born empaths. And if people can help you think you are a prey by helping you to feel like you should suppress your voice or you should suppress expressing how you feel or deciding who you are for yourself, I'm just saying. So, that's a part of the solution that we're looking for too, is to be able to go back and go, hey, so I'm an empath, I'm important. Y'all can't be doing all this around me. Some days I can't be having a bunch of noise. Some days I need to be by myself or with very few people because as Quianna talked about last time, you're the idea of not giving, from your cup, but giving from the saucer underneath it, right? And we give the whole cup, saucer, spoon. You need some sugar in there. What you need, we give that whole thing because a part of it has been programming, right? And it's very hard for once you program to buck that. So we're trying to show you in the way that we all three of us move differently, but in the way that we all move, you don't have to question if Auntie D is a Christian. Actual Christians are supposed to be acting um in the name of Christ. What Christ did in those four gospels is not what I see the rest of the men's doing in every other part of the Bible. Okay. So the idea is that you express Christ type behaviors too. Okay. So she doesn't have to tell you she's a Christian because you know what? She walks and talks and behaves that way. Right? I know I do tell you that I'm goddess born, but the bottom line is I don't have to tell you that I'm confident in myself or blah 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 or what my worth is or
Nope.
whatever it is. Because it's obvious in the way that I move, in the way that I roll. I'm calculating. I am cunning. I don't play with I don't pretend that I'm not what I am. I'm very I'm very grateful and I'm very happy to be me. You know? And I think we're going to have to start to embrace that as Black women, right? So, I'm sorry, I got off on a whole tangent. I'm back. I'm back.
And of course, the internet is on a tangent again.
I did it again, girl. Girl, why y'all messing with our own other um honorary auntie? Okay, everybody is honorary
we
honorary auntie.
but there's a lot that's very important about what you said about us understanding we don't need anybody's permission to be ourselves
Mhm.
and to associate with whomever we wish. Now, you and I are probably never going to a worship service together. That would make no sense. You don't bow the knee to men. You don't make an exception. I make one exception, but you don't make that exception. And of course, because I bow the knee to Jesus Christ, I can't come worship with you. That's understood. Not
Oh,
we
I
can't
can
do
come
all
worship
things
with you.
together.
I can always come.
I mean, you
They
can
don't,
come to the building. I mean, we're not talking
well,
about the building, but
they
I'm talking
don't
about.
let me back though. That's what the
Well, then that's the other thing because you gonna get us both thrown out.
if I come there one day, they never they like
But on the other hand, you probably would like certain things. But the point I'm saying is, we don't we know that we don't belong to the same. On some things we can't do together.
right.
But that doesn't mean that we can't figure out. Like my grandmother used. We talked about this. Like my grandmother used to know some people in the Eastern Stars.
Hmm. Yes.
We still have some matrons up in our church, and that comes down from there.
Hmm.
That doesn't mean that we can't figure out how we're gonna feed some children. We just adopted a whole elementary school. We had some of our students who were in that
Yeah.
school, and we said, well, we're not gonna just take care of y'all on Sunday. You got people who are homeless, you got people who are suffering. No, we gonna just like we show the love of Christ and have hot breakfast for you. We gonna adopt your school. We don't all now everybody who works with that school is not a Christian. And probably most people that work with that school are probably not, although there is a herd church here in San Francisco. There is a
Hmm.
goddess church here, I found out. They may be have to be, but we can do things because we don't have to ask for permission. We do not
Yes.
have to let one thing define. And this kind of goes to the Heritage Foundation information, their mandate for 2025, that we're not going to have time to get to right now because Ms. Footman will be back imminently. But that we finally have a chance to be ourselves.
Yes.
We were, a lot of us were, again, good girl empaths. I mean, it's really deep. You know, we've covered all the major regions, all the major conflicts that have happened in the country are north, northeast, south, and west. We cover all these regions and we have these similar experiences.
Hmm.
But being able to be allowed to finally, as a Black woman, be yourself and claim every part of you. Now, if there are things you don't like, you can change it.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
not because someone outside of you still thinks that they live in 1864. I don't know if anybody knows, but on April 5th, April 9th of this year, the Civil War would have been over 159 years on April 9th. And let it be remembered, the Confederacy surrendered. Because there are a couple people out there with them flags that didn't get Lee's memo on this, and I'm just like, y'all, look, internet, don't do it. Look, y'all, I don't know if you got the memo. If you need it, I have it on my shelf. I actually have the meeting and the surrender documents and all of it. I have that. I don't know if y'all got the memo, but your side lost. So, yeah, Black women are free now. And when we decide that we're gonna walk into freedom, y'all ain't gonna have nothing to say about that. No. And it's just hearing Quianna talk about being such a pleasant person and looking for win-wins
Yeah.
and being able now to have safe space to talk about what that was like. We are gonna get into the question of, was the church helpful at all? I'm going to ask that question a little bit differently than I was going to, just because of what. Oh, and speak of the angel, and she appears. Hello again.
This is stressing me. This is stressing me so much.
I don't know. Listen. We chilling here. What you doing?
We understand. We got time.
We pocket, girl. We ain't nobody tripping. What you
Ain't
doing?
nobody tripping. We got time.
We're here to celebrate you. What you doing? Yeah.
But I was sharing with Auntie Love that I have to change question 5 just a little bit because of what you shared. Because I'm sitting up here like, I know your church was no help to you just from what you said, and how. But I'm going to let you get into it because I'm wondering if you're going to tell me my life story again. I'm going to ask that question a little bit differently than I was going to because of the information that you shared. It seems that now, I've been, as someone who's been in the Black church all my life, Auntie Love has some experiences. We're not the same age, but you may have still, let's see, would you have still been in that church in Richmond when I was growing up in San Francisco? I don't think we're that much different in age.
No. We moved to Vacaville when I was 13, and I am 13 years older than you.
Okay, I would have been 5. So our church life does overlap just a little bit if you move.
Yeah.
No, I would have been 0.
But I went there through until I was 17 and a half.
Okay.
Or 18.
So our church life does overlap. I'm just interested to see, are we going to get the same answer in 3 different decades?
Yeah.
So already you're pleasing, doing your best, you're using your wonderful empathic abilities to be able to try to negotiate win-wins with people who are older than you. People are not doing this for you, I gather, but you are already in the position of having to do this for other people. I'll split the question in half. What was your church life like? And then question 2 is, what did the church emphasize for Black girls and Black women? So first of all, what was your experience? I'm going to split that question into 2 questions. And then, what was emphasized for you? I'm actually going to split it into 3, but I'll come back with them.
Okay.
Church life. Just church life. Let's go there.
So my grandmother, church life. My grandmother was the one that was into church like that, and maybe like my paternal great grandmother. Not paternal. So my mother's grandmother, and then my grandmother, who was the daughter-in-law of my mother's grandmother. I hope that you can piece that together.
It's one of those wonderful Black
my grandpa's mom and then my grandma.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yes. So they were involved heavily in, the church here in the neighborhood. And I wasn't necessarily made to go to church, but I was in church enough to know people and for people to know me. I didn't feel pressure and things from the church. Like, I even went to Girl Scouts there and things like that. So it was really kind of passive. But there is one situation that stuck out to me when I was like middle school or something, and my grandmother was trying to convince me to go to church. And she was like, "Oh, there's going to be boys there." And I remember being like weirded out by that, because I was just like, why is that the selling point? Like, I
was weirded out like, from here. Okay.
I was just like, why is that? That's not why I'm supposed to be. I was so confused. But I wasn't involved enough in church, I think, to have gotten the pressure, because everybody that dealt with me from the church, whether it was inside of church or like outside of church, that knew me through my family. I've always felt support. But again, I was a good girl. So it was always, oh, you're such a good girl. You know what? It was reinforcement of what you're doing. We like it. So keep doing that. You know what I mean? So I got a lot of, like I said, my identity was I'm the good girl because I was the good girl. That was how I showed up. And that was so I was concerned, I think, more than I knew about losing that perception or, endangering that perception of myself. And I did understand that it was a benefit to me to have that perception because, I was trusted and things like that. Like I saw other people doing other things and getting in trouble and things like that. And I had a lot of freedom, like once I became a teenager, but that was based off of, oh, well, Quianna's a good girl. We don't have to worry about her. So.
And that continued in your church life. Okay. Was there any relief of the
Yeah.
pressure for
Um, I didn't. I think because honestly, there was so much going on. Now that you got me going back to my child, there was so much going on. Like I said, in terms of who's my mother, who's my father. Why are those relationships weird? It was so much stuff going on with that type of stuff. I don't even think I noticed church. I feel like when I was in church, it was old lady time. I don't know if that was, like, it was old lady time. And
I
so
know
I
exactly
went
what that
and
is.
got I went and got the comfort and the adulation of the older women, and you know what I mean, or sitting around in the choir room while the ladies are getting their robes and stuff on it. Like I have a lot of pleasant memories of church, if I'm being honest. But I think that is because I wasn't immersed in it, because a lot of the people that were immersed in it, they were there long enough to get, you know what I mean?
Well, actually, I think I know, but I want you to explain because that goes to, I mean, the question that we had written out is this thick. And so
Mm,
I'm trying to break this down into bite-sized pieces. So you were not wedded to it. You were not always having to be there. You have good, positive memories. Okay.
mm-hmm.
So what do you feel that you missed, and what did you see other Black women going through who were more immersed? I'll go with the question. I'll go at this part of the question that way.
I feel like I've seen, so because I had very close friends that grew up in a family that had a church, a family church and things like that. And so what I saw was, you're there to serve, young lady. You're there to serve. You don't get to say no. We can call at you on any time. We can call on you at any time. We can use your labor for as long as we choose to. And if you say anything, you're the problem.
Okay. Okay.
And
Because
I also saw, if we're getting into the tenets of Level Up Single Mom, I saw um a lack of room to grow in themselves as women. So
okay.
maybe they don't have a solid sense of style. And I'm not saying like, oh, I don't like their style, but I'm saying like you can tell that they never got a chance to play with clothing and makeup and how they want to look. They're just kind of looking a certain way that is acceptable for where they're at, which is church all the time. You know what I mean? And they're not able to blossom as the women they want to be.
And that actually leads into the next question. Um, and this is one that bothers me personally. And of course, we did some Bible studies to address some of these things that are not there. Do you feel that the teaching of the church, and this can also be general, because I know you've had more than one experience at this point. Because the thing is, what you just described about how the women who were immersed in it were treated sounds an awful lot like slavery. We have access to your labor, it needs to be given for free, and we can hold you as long as we want to, and you don't get to say nothing about it. That sounds really familiar. And not,
Yeah.
I mean, we have a Black History Leap Day today. So it's necessary for us to say, oh, by the way, tomorrow is International Women of Color Day also.
Mm-hmm.
And also tomorrow is National Black Women in Jazz and the Arts Day. So that's all of us, actually. But we're going to just take this Black History Leap Day. It sounds like if it sounds like slavery, maybe it is, which is kind of disturbing. I mean, I'm
Mhm.
really kind of disturbed about that. What about how the church handled the scripture? Was there any sense in which the way they handled the scripture talked about the dignity of women, about the value of women? Did you get any sense of that from your church? And do you feel like that is in the Black church period, given that you now have adult experiences to put with them? Internet, why?
It's just giving us
She'll be
here
back, y'all.
today.
Because I'm
Here to,
interested in hearing her answer to that. Because
I
they're two
am
very
too.
disturbing things. I
Yeah,
do have a
yeah.
disturbing, I do have a just, that brought up a memory about not in middle school, but I was in my late teens. And some of the people at my church, there was a young man I was friends with. And we were never going to be more than friends, but he was a fellow artist, and we would sit around and talk about his drawing. I would talk about my. So people got around us one day and just shoved us into each other, as if we should be together because we're two good boy and a good girl in church, and we should just be together.
Mhm.
What Quianna said brought back that memory.
Yeah. Um, you know, this is what I meant by I think this is actually an opportunity for um actual Christian Black women like yourself, right? And Key, um, to maybe look at as a part of the solution, um, having having churches that do center Black women, Black girls, right? And what I mean by that is typically what I know is that there's certain women that we talk about in in the Bible, but they either have to be very suppressed and doing whatever, you know, males decide they ought to or whatever, or they're Jezebels or something, But but it was so very interesting to me over time that we did not hear about women as disciples to Christ. We did
Yeah.
not we did not hear that it was women who were his patrons,
Yep.
um, who made sure he had places to stay, that he had food to eat, that he had the funds to do whatever it
Yep.
was. We do not, when we talk about the women at the well, the woman at the well, you and I both understand that she was a Samaritan and what that means. But nobody explains, and I've been to I don't know how many sermons. It's just, um nobody explains in the pulpit who, that this woman was basically a priestess in the sense that she went and spread Jesus's
Yes, she's
message.
the first major missionary.
Yeah.
She's
So yeah.
she's the first major missionary. It's rarely
So
brought out.
it's
Her
not,
testimony
yeah,
saved her whole town.
yeah. And the fact that even, when it just disgusted me for decades that when we are looking at, let's say, um the Passion of Christ, this is why y'all I did my thesis on this, right? For my master's in theology, really looking at the Black women in a whole different way than we were ever taught at church. And I don't care what church it is. All right. I don't care if you're synagogue. I don't care what you're talking about, girl. The ways in which we basically are disappeared out of everyday life. Like we all know the story of Lazarus, right? We don't realize, even though it's there, it's plain in everybody's view in the Bible, that Jesus rose from the dead a 12-year-old little girl.
Yep.
Y'all get it? Y'all get what I'm saying? And that the first two people to really shout who Jesus was Elizabeth and
Anna.
what's the prophetess's name?
Anna.
Anna. She was 84.
Anna is the only reason.
By the time Jesus was conceived in she was around 84, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But the bottom line is, Joseph had to be told, okay, I know you're thinking that you might want to have Mary stoned, have her excommunicated,
divorced at least.
Okay, yeah, you might be thinking all them things, but the thing is, we're gonna need her to live. And so that we don't hear about the fact that Elizabeth's husband, Zachariah, he had his voice taken.
He was the original voice box snatched.
Okay.
He was the original. Because
Okay.
he wouldn't believe.
Yeah, because he would not believe. And that you got to tell Joseph, okay, so show her some compassion, okay? Because we need to get, Jesus coming, all right? So that you even have to tell this man that he even has the right as her husband, that yes, they haven't consummated their marriage yet, but that he has the right to decide what happens to her. Okay. So are we feeling this? To us, and I've said this before, I feel like the way churches are set up, they are dangerous for us as Black women and Black girls on different levels. And Quianna spoke to that. Hey, I was just saying that you didn't say it like this, Quianna. You didn't say, churches are unsafe. I'm saying, after all my studies and getting up in church and witnessing, listen, you assholes, you better I need every man to get up. Every man, get up. Okay. And I need all of y'all to move out to the roads. Okay. Now, so Black women, all y'all that's sitting, back behind 2 rows of men, only 2 rows here filled with men. Yeah, okay. So y'all gonna have to move up. And you men, you keep standing until I tell you to bend the knee and pray for the women and the children.
It's interesting that you say that, because in my church, what happened is the men who did not understand that they were there to serve the women and children died out. It was notable in my single digit years. There were a lot of yes men who supported a pastor at that time who was there was a big court case about it. Now I was 5, so let me be careful about what I said. Now my mother could give you this history, but let's just say that she found a whole lot of money in his desk that wasn't supposed to be there. Interestingly, none of those men who went with that survived for me to see them at 10 years old. My pastor nowadays says the Lord basically is just killing them. So if love had come to the church and told those men to get back there and stand till they were told to pray for the women, they may have saved their own lives by doing that. Because I literally can go through El Bethel today and look at, okay, who survived and who didn't. Men didn't make it. Men didn't make it. And my pastor said, you only live to be, the Lord won't let you get to live to be old as a black man if you know how to take care of the black women and children. He literally said this from the pulpit the week before Mother's Day. But at this point, it's becoming apparent. It may, because I can barely remember where the deacons filled out the first two rows. Because, we went to church in almost the Bay Area for a while. So it's just, I almost can remember that. But they started dropping off. Like, for real. Like, I remember they were gone within 5 to 6 years from the mess. So, bend the knee and pray for the women. Yeah, you want to be here. You might want to start doing that.
Yeah,
That is not to
because
save your life.
it really lends the question, and I do want to interject this question for you, Quianna. Do you feel like I understand, um your perspective much more now about church, and your interactions growing up with church through your well, your mom. I, she raised you, I'm sorry. Anyway, your grandmother, through through her and your great grandmother and the people around you, and the times you were at church and the people you interacted with. I'll say one of the things, as a side note, is that one of the things I really loved about church, as a small child, before I turned 8, was that my entire family was there. Like, it was just like hanging out with my family. That's what it was to
Mhm.
me. And being up underneath my grandmother, that was me.
Mhm.
You're right. But I I'm gonna say, and I've said this before in another video or two or something. Is the church safe for Black women and Black girls in in an emotional, mental, and spiritual way, as well as physical? Because it lends into how single Black mothers are treated, you know?
I
So,
think that I think that the danger, I mean, yes, there are men in those churches and stuff that are dangerous, that are predators, from the pulpit on out, right?
mhm,
Um, but I will say I think that the biggest danger to Black women in the churches is this idea that someone or something is supposed to save them. And so they're not going in with a clear understanding of the role that they have to play in their own salvation. And so that opens them up to these people being able to tell them in the name of the Lord, you need to do this or you need to do that, or being able to slip into these intimate, inappropriate relationships with them, filling this void, for them. So I feel like there's a lot of lost women, a lot of lonely women, a lot of women who have been forsaken, looking for something to center them, and not understanding that they have to center themselves. Like, anything, college, church, anything, you're only going to get out of it what you put into it. So if you're not coming in as a full whole person, then it's not going to make you full and whole. I mean, now there are people that are able to be awakened and brought into wholeness through religion, but I'm talking about, you know, I feel like those are people that are really seeking God as opposed to seeking a God, if that makes sense.
mhm,
Yes.
mhm,
I'll put it to you this way. The Bible actually says this. There are many deities available to choose from. But the only way that you're going to, as the Bible says, him to come to God must believe that he is, and he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. If you don't have that mindset, then if you want to be loved on by the great black mother, go find out from Auntie Love. That's really what you should be doing, because she can teach you about that. If you want the things that are from Christ, then you have to come to people that actually do know him, although sometimes church can be Russian roulette on that. And at some churches
Okay.
can be Russian roulette. Because the question I was going to ask you was, and you've actually already answered it, do you feel that the black church is providing tools for black women to be able to work out their soul salvation, which also is in the book, but you're not going to hear that, just like you're not going to hear that you mind do your own business and work with your own hands. You're not going to hear that either. But it does say work out your own soul salvation. So, do you feel that black women in the black church are being well equipped by the average black church? There are always going to be exceptions to the rules, but we're not talking about the exceptions. But I'm talking about your general experience. Is the leadership in black churches equipping the saints, who are mostly black women, to be able to make those steps to work out their salvation as it applies to their life in this world with their children?
I would say in the different churches that I've been to, um, and I went to one kind of like, I guess would that be considered a Protestant church where they're just the white people and they sing the kind of "Oh Jesus loves me" type of, very very subdued.
Well, if you're not Catholic, you are Protestant, but then there's variations of Protestants, and it sounds like you might be in one of those wonderful frozen chosen type of church. It'd be hard to know what
I would
denomination that is,
I would
but
spend summers in Rochester, New York with a
oh,
cousin of mine and her family. So they went to a church there and it was different. But what I was going to say is all the different churches I've been through, mainly black churches, Baptist churches, and maybe agnostic, one or two agnostics. Um it seems very paint by numbers for me.
okay.
Um it's formulaic in that they have the different things, they have the announcements and then the benediction and then everything, all of that, but it can you did I feel
No, internet. No, that was such a good answer.
Wait, she's fooling me right now. We girl. I'm sitting here like I don't know.
I
I'm
mean,
trying to
I
keep
like
up.
the paint by numbers. That was just like the greatest answer.
Dang.
Because
I
yeah, I've been to that.
know.
Yeah, there is. Um, I'm gonna say this: it took COVID-19 to rescue a lot of churches from paint by numbers. But I would never have thought of it that way. But now that she said it,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, and I'm going to ask her. I'm not going to presume on her experience, but paint by numbers is not adding any. Paint by numbers church is not adding any resources to anybody's life, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically.
Oh,
It's just not.
we got to
It's
remember that word, y'all, later, because are black men a resource? I'm just asking because I feel like they're not. But
well,
that's just
that's
me.
what I'm saying. Well,
So,
definitely not in
so,
this environment. Definitely not. I
so
mean, just paint by numbers alone throws that whole thing out of the. That just if that's her experience, and I
but
can probably.
she also said what she feels like they're creating in women, or in my better, not creating, making in women, um is that the idea that someone or something is going to save them.
Yeah.
So church in that sense is like
Handicapping.
she said, being, it's almost like we're on our own islands as Black women and Black girls, right? And so, when we are, but we're still very interconnected, right? Because again, empaths. So, um, when she's saying, when Quianna said the idea that someone or something is going to save them, this is something I have yet to be able to articulate, I feel, and communicate well to Black women. I think the way she put it is it she made sense of something I've been trying to communicate for a very long time, right? Because I've been making some shit complex that didn't need to be all, yeah, the idea that someone or something is going to save them, because I hear it all the time. Well, Jesus didn't want it for me, so that's why I don't have it, or this or that. One of the reasons that I'm constantly pushing, because we talked about language, right? One of I get it, but one of the reasons I'm saying certain things to Black women and making sure other people overhear what I'm saying is because when you're telling women that a man legitimizes them, and you take a God, and then men teach these women that they themselves as men are their gods on earth,
Yep.
right? Then you're setting this is another space in which we are setting Black women and Black girls up to be prey. The education system is another place that we are setting Black women and Black girls to, you know what I'm saying? To be prey.
Yes, I do. I do.
So, yeah. So it's, if you're imprinted on everywhere you go, and it's literally you a crime, so you getting punished because you breathing, and you a whole
Essentially.
Black woman, right? So that's a crime over here. You a walking, talking crime.
Or
So we don't
existing.
punish you every chance we get. And we need you to accept that punishment, because actually the rest of these demographics, they are a lazy bunch of cruel and unusual people. Well, I can't say that. It's like I don't really like to play with my food either, but sometimes I do. You know what I'm saying? So and one thing about it, I don't want to chase my food. I just want real. I'm gonna need my food to be cooked on a plate and everything. I can't fight. I don't want to. That's just too much. So the people who attack us, hey, the keys back. The people who attack us, the people who are violent against us, they are too lazy to actually do that kind of work. So they need us to literally just go, okay, come on, fuck me up. Do what you gotta. I can take it. Like they need us to accept it, because to tell someone, oh, it'll be better by and by when you ain't here no more. Well, why can't I just be here but get rid of you? Well, I'm just going to deny you access to me. I don't need to go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to get to the by and by. I don't need to wait to, I don't need to be addicted to suffering. Y'all need me to be addicted to suffering. I don't need to be addicted to suffering. So as I'm breaking my need to be addicted to suffering, I am no longer in community with most Black men because I don't want to suffer. I don't. I've done that. I don't want to do it. And with us as single Black mothers, I do not see, I haven't seen it. I don't know. I haven't seen it. But the church, as you're going through a pregnancy or whatever it is, right? As a single Black mother, girl, going, oh sweetheart, oh sweetheart, they got you in the standing up there for everybody to see, doing a whole tribunal and all this other mess. How is that uplifting and holding sacred?
It's not.
Black girls and Black women? Where I need to know, where are our churches a safe space for the mental, emotional, and spiritual selves? We ain't even talking about the predator side of this, okay? We talking about just the emotional, mental, and spiritual selves of Black girls and Black women. They're not saying anything to us about the great things that we did with Jesus while y'all was running and hiding and lying, okay, and denying
And betraying.
and betraying because you were coveting. Because let's go back to when Judas and Peter did what they did. It was right after the woman who oiled Jesus, right? And they had
the alabaster box.
Okay, these two wayward males. She's using the most expensive oil. We could feed somebody for a year for that, and blah blah blah. And Jesus was like, "Let her, whoa, that's not her name. Will be throughout this. You, on the other hand, you need to quit, okay? Because you ain't never oiled my ass. You ain't never done nothing. All right. All you do is question. All you do is don't have faith. All you do is tell me how you think this ought to go. Okay. For my life. Okay. That's what y'all do. You men. Doubting Thomas, whoever your name is. Okay. Jesus was like, shut up. Okay. What the very next thing, what happened? They turned him in.
Judas turned him in for 30 pieces of silver.
The very next
and it was
day.
Not the next day, but within a week. Because there's triumphal entries there in between, but it's within 7 days. It's within 7 days. But he goes out that day and makes arrangements that day. That's correct. He makes arrangements that day, and then it's just time to, when are we going to get to do it? So yes, Judas does make arrangements that night, I think it is.
And it was him and Peter who had the problem with the woman who oiled Jesus. They had a problem with it. And so that's what I mean by coveting. You know what, Peter and Judas? You could just simply have a relationship with Jesus yourself. And
And
mind you
then
in
it wasn't
Jesus'
enough.
business. Won't you mind you in Jesus' business? Because what Jesus is doing with somebody else ain't your business.
But see,
Okay.
this was the issue. She was worshiping him and not them. Really, it comes down to that. It
But
really comes down to their
they were
knee-jerk
worshiping.
reaction.
No,
So supposedly they're worshiping the same person. But when she does this worship solely for him and she did not offer to share any of what was in the alabaster box with any of them. That Judas gets it started, but actually all 12, not just Peter, all 12 knee jerk. How dare you do something for him that you're not willing to do for all of us? That to give us the money to have control and to give to the money and make ourselves look good by giving to the poor. All 12 of them who supposedly worship Jesus also.
right.
Well,
So
I had a theory. Well, not a theory, but an observation as well. Like, what's the typical male response where she get all that money? Why does she have all that money and we don't have it to give?
Yeah, that was a year's
Making
wage.
them look bad.
Yeah,
yeah,
that was a year's wage that she spent on the Lord Jesus Christ on that occasion. None of them
yeah.
had it like that at
So
all, and she did.
when you look at that, right? When we're looking at this and you come forward to today,
Yeah,
they're
you see a
doing the
lot of same
same.
behavior because
Yeah,
there are men in church. There are a lot of men in church. You hear this conversation a lot. There are men in church that hate black pastors because black pastors are getting it, and then black pastors really despise the fact that they don't have anything without the black women that are supporting them, and you know that they despise black women because of the way they talk to black women, although they wouldn't have anything unless those black women came and kept on bringing what they had. That same dynamic, all those different dynamics. I hadn't thought about the fact that she had 300 denarius worth of stuff to work with and they didn't. I
Yeah,
hadn't even thought about it from that perspective. I'm just sitting
Goldman
here like,
Sachs.
all you are supposed to be worshiping the same person. So what is the problem here? But the money, I hadn't thought about it that way. Yeah.
Goldman Sachs.
yeah.
Goldman
So
Sachs.
exactly, exactly,
Right.
Quianna. Exactly. Okay. Exactly.
Goldman Sachs, you're right. Goldman Sachs had the audacity
Exactly.
to make $1 billion available for just black women. And it's a whole Negro problem. Same dynamic. It's
And
just more complicated than I thought.
this is what I'm talking about when we're using biblica that isn't actually our tradition. It's a tradition we've adopted because we're spiritual, specifically as black women, right? And black girls. We're deeply spiritual. So we actually are are from all my observations and studies, we are actually interconnected spiritually, right? That's why we can still talk about ancestors because we're connected that way. And that's to other people, it's odd. And I think what they think is, well, because in a patriarchal world, again, things are hierarchical. So I think what people have come to believe, is that just what Quianna said, we need somebody to save us. But save you from who? Because the fact of the matter is, hold on, where is she? Where is it? Oh, I probably moved it. Who knows? The fact of the matter is, Dante's Inferno was written by Dante Alighieri, and what he describes as hell is really how the Catholic Church was behaving with people.
Yep, correct.
Because they made a hell on earth for people. And right around the time he actually leaves Italy, right? Because he's one of the Medici's, but lower caste in the family or whatever. you know. He was actually like a government worker. So when he leaves for a while because the Catholic Church came after the Medicis, it's around the same time of the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
And what does the Spanish Inquisition do? It literally is cruel and unusual, violent punishments if you do not claim being a Catholic is the way to go. If we hear you talk about planting some herbs and fixing somebody and some shit, okay, we're coming to torture you. We're coming for your ass. So, in terms of the church and being a good girl, right? This is through the gaze of men's. What a good girl means for them. Same thing with, like we were saying, with Peter Paul and the whole uh Motley Crue. You know, it shut up. Okay. Listen, shut up, man. Stop. Just stop.
I
Stop.
will say, because I know, and I don't remember, I tried to remember the question I was answering before I left, but I will say what you just said, like about the Spanish Inquisition and what you were just saying a second ago. I will say that it- what I was saying about a person having a connection with self and coming in whole, looking for then a connection with God.
Mhm.
I feel like if you don't already have a connection with self, it will be harder for you to make a connection with self in the Black church because everything is centered around connecting with either the God himself as a male deity and
Mhm.
or connecting to him through a man. So connecting to him through the pastor, connecting to him through the deacons, connecting to him through a husband. It's not, it doesn't foster for women a sense of seeking God and walking with God for self because everything is always pushing you towards another man. Now, with men, I think it's more heavily implied that, okay, yes, you seek God, man, sir. You seek God and you follow God, but the one who's supposed to be following him, the woman and the children. And you know what I mean? So there's not enough emphasis. And I want to believe that it's an oversight for a lot of churches, but there's not enough emphasis on strengthening women's relationship to themselves and then to God centrally. Like this, you should have a relationship with God that isn't centered around your service to a man or men.
Okay, about the oversight. Now, as someone who is
I said I
a
want to
state
believe. I'm
minister,
not going to say, oh, they don't. I don't know, but I want to believe.
okay, part of it is an oversight in that our people did get what was called a slave Bible. And the slave Bible is missing between 50 and 90%, depending on what British heretic put it out at the time. So there are some oversights. Like I'm constantly putting into my grown Black folks talk. 1 Corinthians 7 says it is better for both men and women to be single. But most people don't teach any that part of the Pauline epistles is rarely there. The only thing you're going to hear from the Apostle Paul out of context is how women are supposed to be quiet. Out of context. How Galatians 3:28 says we all have equal privileges in Christ. This is why I can come out here and tell you that I am a king priest of the Most High God. And of course, you put that in the feminine, that's going to be queen priestess. That's why I can tell you that. I can show you where it is in scripture. But some of it's an oversight because our ancestors didn't get the epistles. But then we can't say that it's entirely an oversight. My pastor is 72 and went back to seminary because he realized that what he learned from the old men that taught him was not enough. And he also knows that I'm breathing down his neck. Sometimes we laughed after the service because I'm like, oh, you went to seminary. I heard you use this. Go, Pastor, go. But he also knows I'll be breathing down his neck if he doesn't know what he's talking about. So at this point, and he's online, by the way, he's in a good seminary. He's in seminary online. So while we can say there is some oversight, I mean, we can be fair to our own history. It was the Black women in my church who were founding Bible schools at this area. So proud Black men who chose not to go because Dr. Desi Webster was there. Okay, they're dumb, but they're dumb because they chose to be dumb. So there is room for both to be true. We don't know the Bible as well as we could in the Black community because it's a historical hangover. But then we got Google now. My grandmother used to say, and she'd be 115, if you were called, you go get yourself ready. What you mean? There ain't no such thing as an oversight. In that sense of what you need to know will be given to you, provided you are submitted to God sufficiently so that He can teach you.
Right.
But there is some of both, because it's something you said earlier, Auntie Love, about how people seem to forget every generation the things that they need to know. Well, everybody comes here not knowing, which means that if the people in front of you don't emphasize what you're supposed to know, if they choose not to put it in you, then you don't have knowledge because you don't come here with all this. So there's both. I feel like, because my father has struggled against this as long as I've known him, and I'm 43, among his fellow men. But see, he went to Dr. Desi Webster School and stopped playing around. And that's how he ended up being married to my mother, whose mother was one of Dr. Desi Webster's main students, which is, of course, why I'm the way I am. But all these men, at least in my area, who chose not to do that, Dr. Desi Webster opened that school, 75 years ago now? So there is some overlap. There are some people that just don't know, but we live in 2024. It's like if you don't know and you as a minister realize you don't know and then go find out, okay, we'll give you a pass. But at this point, when you realize you don't know, but you keep the foolery going, because I've had this conversation with some ministers in the last 3 weeks. I'm like, you about 2 seconds from being blocked, because I'm going to bring you some information and I'm going to see what you're going to do with it. And I'm going to bring it to you and I'm going to give it to you from the scripture. And see, what's going to happen is either you're going to try to be God or you're going to have God be God, since this is what you say you believe. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to submit to Jesus Christ. If you're not willing to do that, then you're not ignorant. You're just rebellious. That's all you are. You want God's spot. You trying to be a little Satan is what you're trying to do. So you got the oversight crew and you got the little wannabe Satans. And I want to say wannabe Satan because I don't want to insult Satan like that. He actually has a world system that's actually functioning and deceiving people real well. What do all these black pastors have to show for a Cadillac and an IRS designation that's about to get snatched? If the Democrats stay in power, what you got for yourself? You just gonna get your stuff snatched. So I do see the oversight, but as someone who's been around this for a long time, you can be in an oversight, but you're not called to stay in it. And that's the issue. You can be in it, but you can't stay in an oversight position. God is not going to leave you without the knowledge that you need to stop acting a fool and making him look bad. That's not going to persist forever. But at the same time, there can be people who simply do not know, and people who do know. It's like a TD Jakes. He's in a position to know better than the foolery he's doing. And the fact that he allows himself to get caught out there preaching a hermaphrodite God and telling women that we need to sit back and let the men be men as a Christian pastor, you are a what now? A bishop? No, sit down somewhere. No, that's what you need. That's what you need to do, because you're in a position where you should know better by now. So there are some that don't. There's some that will learn. There is room for both of those things to be true, though. There are some people that, when Pastor McNeil came, he didn't know everything he needed to know, but he did go back and start finding out. So that can happen. So we have to allow for it being a possibility. But you can't stay there. Not in 2024.
I don't, of course, I'm on the whole other side.
I know. I know. You told me you hadn't even said the word redemption for 4 years. So I know you coming with it.
Hold on. Wait just a daggone minute here. Okay. So what y'all trying to tell me is the men who want to lead and want y'all to submit in this patriarchal, monotheistic, bend the knee to who, whatever male. Okay, so these people who are supposed to be logical, know stuff, I don't know, be able to connect some dots or something. Just saying. These people, these men, you're telling me they don't, it's a possibility they just don't know. No, it's a possibility that they're weaponizing ignorance twice
It's
over.
possible too. Yeah.
One of the ways is they've chosen not to know, because why do I know? As a whole heretic and heathen, why do I know? Why do I know?
I said it was wishful thinking.
I'm just asking. Okay. Okay. I'm just asking. Why do I know? Why do I know about all the women in the Bible? Why have I been telling Christian women this for years? Why did I write a thesis on it? Why do I even know this? I'm not Christian. I am not Jewish. I am not of Islam. I am not a Buddhist. I am not I don't get with most of the Indian version of what was naturally us as Black women. So why do I know about the Vedas and the Upanishads? Why do I know that?
You know that because you studied it, you were centered in yourself and found interest in educating yourself on those things. And that's what I meant about, people looking for connection to God through other people, because it's a lot like, when people are talking about just the general dumb stuff that people are talking about, relationships and men versus women and women versus men and all that other stuff. And then they start quoting statistics, or they're just regurgitating things that they've heard secondhand from other people, things they have not studied, things they have not verified and fact checked and things like that. But it's things that they heard somewhere, or they didn't hear, but they heard something and then they twisted it into something that made them comfortable. It's not study. So they're looking to access proximity to God, to religion, to the things that come from being involved with that stuff, but they're not really there to study. They're not really there to connect. They're not really there to commune.
And that's this is a huge difference, specifically for me as Goddess born, who is of that sacred bloodline, as I believe Black women do be. Shout out to, where did I put it? Oh, who knows? Good God, I can't keep up with nothing here. It's about 18 books around here.
We had like 50 books.
What? Okay, anyway. Oh, okay. So this for those of you, I don't know, hopefully everybody can see this. I see a light in the way, whatever. This, I said this year because I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Side note, I have been listening to my cousins and Christians in general for years say, won't God do it? Won't Jesus make it? I'm just like, I've told my cousins, we're close in, you know who I am. Why are you talking to me? This and that. Why do I need to accept your why do I need to be beat down by your religion every time I come through? We weren't even talking about that. We were talking about the grass. Okay. But we can't talk about my religion. I've been to churches all over the place, but we can't talk about mine, right? But I do need to be accepting of Christianity or Judaism or, Islam. But we can't really. Well, we're going to talk about it this year. Mm-hmm. So, this is one of the books that I recommend because I want y'all to understand. I don't go to like goddess churches or anything like that. Okay. Now, this is me personally. For me, it's about my relationship, it's about my connection, it's about seeking out who is my actual source of creation and energy and all of these things. And it is not a male for me. Okay. But also, I have my own relationship with those goddesses that I'm in relationship to. A part of it is true, my path, but a part of it is also my choice. I choose to be in relationship, and I'm not punished if for the times I wasn't in relationship to the goddesses, right? Because I wasn't born knowing this, because that's not what we're taught. We are taught in these United States, for the most part, a monotheistic religion, whichever one is your, culture or flavor or whatever, families. So, I need us to start to really see that what I'm talking about is also involves us as ancient beings, pre-history as Black women. Okay, all even the this makes me laugh every time I put these two words together. White supremacists, even the most violent white supremacist evangelical knows that Black women were the first humans, what we're calling humans. Even they know that. So we're not saying anything that's, it's not really mystical, right? But it's like we don't get to explore our actual tradition. Those things, that the ways that we experience things as Black girls and Black women. But we have to accept all these other people's idea of quote unquote tradition. And we have to bear the weight of it. We didn't get to enjoy it. Okay. You ain't gonna be enjoying nothing. Okay. But we do get harnessed. And I think this hatred, this vitriol, these terrorist attacks, assault and battery on single Black mothers, it must stop. And us, talk, going and spending time. If I hear about Donald Trump's fucking gold shoot, if you one more time say it.
And they ugly. They're not even good looking.
Look, when you get great value gold to put on a set of shoes made in the back office of Temu, and you have $500 million worth of debts to pay off, we probably do need to drop you from the public discourse. Let's just hope that 68% of us, led by Black women who really can put that man to bed again, remember this. Look, I said great value gold foil, not Walmart, not even General Dollar.
Any personal color who's bought those sneakers, when that man said, "Oh, black people like sneakers," it's basically like he sold you a watermelon fried chicken meal.
I
But
hadn't
It
even
is
but
thought about
so
that.
gaudy and
he
just
told
the sneakers,
Michael,
and they're all gold and they don't match and they're not aesthetically pleasing. He just took black stuff and put
but
it together and presented it.
but my question is this to both of you, to all of us out here, okay? My question is this. So why 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 is that a problem for us? Why do I hear that all over the internet? Why do I hear about what Fox News said all over the internet? Why, about how, oh, black people will be doing this. And by the way, PSA, I'm not in community with black men, so I'm gonna need us. This is a new standard. I know this is new for all the white supremacists wannabes, but I have some new standards and rules where black women are concerned. Okay. And I'm trending now. You don't get to tell me what I like. Okay. Tell that to black men. They'll get with you. And I'm not in community with them. Okay. So let's be very clear when you talking your shit, that when you're talking about you need some help and you want somebody to uplift you, take care of you, hold you sacred, protect you, and provide for you, and make a way for you, and help you be a man, help you be a white woman, what the hell ever it is, give you all our ideas and all that shit. Oh, then you talking about black women. Okay. But when you talking about dumb shit like voting for Trump or blah, 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 and some other bullshit, you talking about black men's. You're not talking about us. Who the heck did y'all let Donald Trump loose with a red fucking marker to put red on the bottom of them shoes? Is that what y'all did?
Wait. I haven't even seen the bottom. Are they red bottoms too?
I know the hell.
Really? Is that what?
Girl.
Oh.
But why are we so indignant about white supremacists being white supremacists when we're not indignant at all? Don't talk about, ain't interested in white supremacists who have written an 18-month plan of destruction.
Because that involves informing themselves. It's easy to react to stuff that is put in front of you. Donald Trump is like, you know what I mean? And when he's not like this, somebody is taking his image of him doing this and putting that in front of you. And so it's easy to react to that. You saw that first of all, you're awake and aware enough that when you got wind of that information, you actually ingested it, understood it for what it was, and then you took the next steps of investigating all of what was going on. That's work. And I'm not saying it like in a negative way, but that's the kind of work that comes from being in commune with yourself enough to be curious, to want to be informed, to want to learn and educate yourself. And that is what we are missing. All of the, like, you can switch out church for work. You can switch out work for relationships. You can switch it out for anything. And most people are just going through the motions of something that they saw, that they haven't even fully processed, that they're not even all the way understanding what it is that they're playing out. And they're just going through the motions like a marionette, and then when the stuff happens, they may or may not process it, but if it gets bad enough, then they'll stop and they'll process, which is kind of like the Risa Tisa lady, that was a major trauma for her. And it was so interesting listening to her story, how much of her story and the way that she was metabolizing it while telling it was similar to what I wrote in my book, and the things that I was saying were hurtful. in terms of having someone weaponize your vulnerability against you, being confused about why is this person lying to me? What is, what I mean? Like, who am I for this person to be lying like this? Like, what is it? What did they really gain? And it's just people going through motion. But when she talks about why she was doing it, she realizes she was just trying to fill a role, play a role, embody a role. She was trying to get things that she had been fed she was supposed to want. She was looking for a certain type of validation as a woman, because in order to be recognized as a woman in this society, you have to have certain marks. You have to have a man that wants to marry you, and that man has to be a certain type of monetary value to give you a certain type of lifestyle, because that's also a marker of your value as a woman. And all of these things, while also not paying attention to, I've said it before, she had fractured herself because she was saying she grew up in the church, and so she knew she wasn't supposed to shack up, and she knew she wasn't supposed to do this, and she knew she wasn't supposed to do that. So she moved that man in after two dates, moved that man in. Now she's pregnant, so now, oh well, I guess we got to get married. You know what I mean? It's like all of that stuff. And it's not, if she had a centering in herself, she'd have said, as soon as she realized that man might have been playing around, she would have said, no, you have to go. As opposed to, well, I know for certain you're lying, but I'm going to help you get out of this lie, and I'm going to move forward and let you tell me a bunch of other major lies.
So everything you said, I feel like your punctuation is, but you have to be centered in yourself to understand that. You have to realize who you are to understand that. You have to come back to yourself, because once you come back to yourself, then you might have the time to actually go and I can't even think of the word, your curiosity, like go and investigate it and dive deep into your curiosity, your genius zone. Okay. But we're constantly giving energy to things and people, and then we're worn out. Plus we're empaths, and we haven't learned how to protect ourselves as empaths. We haven't learned how to ground ourselves. We haven't learned how to, like, what my therapist, shout out to Rolanda, I don't know how she deals, but I love her. That we are going to have to really start being we're going to have to start being realistic. We're going to have to start seeing people's behaviors for what they are, including our own, right? And so I'm also pushing my self-confidence class, because one of the things that we do in there, like I said, I don't give anybody the answer to who it is they are, but we have exercises that we do. And one of those exercises, because Ms. D she's taking the whole class. And when I tell you, when people take the class and they go completely through it, they at first they kind of think in general that, oh, well, I'm going to hear a lot of affirming words about myself and, this kind of thing. And when they get into it and they see that they are going to have to, I'm giving you methods to be able to strip away what other people have imprinted on you, because that's what we're talking about, right? Programming is imprinting a message within someone else, right? Or something else. So we start to move away from that, and then you start to do this intense examination of what is it that that you believe about yourself. And then you end up finding out all of these things about you that you actually believe about yourself. And Quianna just said it too, that if you were to start looking at believing in yourself, and this, and Auntie D has said the same thing over and over, then you recognize that you can decide who you are, and you can decide what it is you want, and then you're able to articulate it to other people. And along with that, one of the things you learn in my course, is how to couple boundaries with consequences. You see me doing it, you hear me saying it, but when you get to do it for yourself, girl, Auntie, you'll never go back. You'll never go back. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, because I got something for everything. All right. And so I have this thing that talks. I have this page that is a PDF that talks about, from my perspective, what it means to be human. And a part of what that means is you get to tell people what you're doing to me, that doesn't feel good to me. And so you don't get to do that. Okay. And then should you do it, there will be a consequence. Okay. So I'm gonna give y'all my own personal something, okay, that happened not too long ago. Okay. So we all know, no, we don't all know this, but my husband's a white man. Okay. And yes, he does bend the knee to the goddess. Mm-hmm. He understands he lives in a matriarchy and he loves it. Okay. Because I'm telling y'all, there's a lot of men of other demographics that are really, they already knew, but they're just saying it out loud. Oh, Black women are the best. Oh, the Black women, girl, you can't. And they're not talking about, while they will talk about our beauty, they're talking about, they got, girl, ain't nothing they can't do. You gonna get loved up and down. They, girl, you gonna be working.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I have been like, that has been standing out to me a lot as of late, because I've been trying to move towards readying myself mentally to maybe start dating again. Mm-hmm. And it hasn't been lost on me that I noticed that, and this isn't a thing of saying like all white men or whatever, but when white men want to couple with Black women, there is a certain kind of appreciation of the innate things that Black women bring to the table that Black men tend to seem like they don't want, and I'm talking about having foresight and being able to say, that doesn't really make sense. Maybe you want to do it this way, or, whatever it is. But us, our leadership capabilities are, like I was telling you when I came into the space, and I was automatically looking around and going, okay, I would change this. I would change this. I would, make it better for everyone, to make it a better experience. It seems like white men tend to, the ones, like I said, that are attuned to wanting Black women, they want to help you. They want to give you the resource, like, oh, what's your vision? Okay, well, here's what you need. Here are the things that you need. What do you need me to do with my power and privilege? What do you need me to do?
Yeah, because what I'm gonna say, because I want you to, please, Quianna, please just broaden your horizons. Okay, please.
I want to be clear about something.
I love it.
My dealing with Black men mostly was not because I was not interested in other races. I was not in proximity to other races. I've never been someone who was just like only Black men. I have been attracted to all from a child. Well, I wouldn't say from a child, but since I became interested in boys, I've always been interested in other races of boys and then men, but I just wasn't around.
So one of the things that I'm gonna say, just this is for anyone. This is for anyone. I don't care who you're looking at, getting with, or whatever. One of the reasons that this is the practical side. I'm not talking about the romantic side, okay? Or sometimes we think as Black women, oh, they're just fetishizing us. Well, what do you think Black men are doing to you? Okay, what do you think other people are doing? They all
That's why I stopped, because the Black men were fetishizing me. I said enough.
Well, yeah. So none of you, okay, so we all know that. But one of the things that's clear to me is that, of course, we are the power in our quote unquote community, and they are the power in theirs, right? And
Yes.
and the way that patriarchies work for other men is different, right? Because we were the first Black women. We already said that who was first, right? We created other people from us, right? So Black men were the next people after reproducing ourselves as women over millions of years. Then at some point we decided to split, because we had the ability for both, right? So whenever we decided to split and we started producing men, they were Black. So Black men came from a matriarchy and matrilineal. Everything was legitimized through women, not men. And that's not oh, patriarchy versus matriarchy. No, it was that way because the understanding was that women are creating more of us. So we need to hold them sacred, protected, and uplifted. Right? Women, before we got here, built these civilizations that we are now coveting. So for millions of years, we held them sacred, protected, and uplifted. And all that happened is humanity evolved. That's what happened, right? 5,000 years of patriarchy, and all they've really managed to do is build an actual hell. That's it. So when we're looking at this, one thing I say to us as Black women, I don't care who you are, I don't care what, I don't care who you date, who you give, you need to pay attention to understanding first who you are and what you want. Because then you can articulate it. Okay? Then once you articulate that, you also have to be willing to be who you fully are and your most powerful self. Okay? Because I said it before, I don't empower people. I don't. I know people tend to think I do, or something like that, some weird thing. But I don't empower Black women. You already have power. I can't give you what you already have. What you talking about? You already have it. The problem is it's just been pushed down with pain and suffering and trauma and PTSD.
I thought about you today when I met the lady I was telling you about, because the language she was using was just like the language you use. She immediately was like, oh, we're going to build this out. This is going to be a program. And, and I was like, oh, wow, she's like love. And when she was telling me about, because her thing is, it's something think tank. And I was like, that's love. Love does that. So I said, okay, this is a builder. You are a builder. She's someone that sees the raw material and she says, okay, yeah, we're going to put it together and we're going to make something and we're going to grow and we're going to expand. And so I know exactly what you're saying because I recognized it out in the world outside of you, but it was through knowing you that I was able to recognize it so clearly in someone else.
And it may seem to us that I'm some sort of unique. No, I see us all that way. That's how that's how I see you. That's how I see Auntie D. That's how I see us, right? So to me, that Black women, if anybody can solve it, Black women can solve it, girl. It, it, I need us to see who we are and who we believe ourselves to be for ourselves. Because when I got into my marriage, and let's remember, I didn't get married till after I was 40, and I never thought I was going to be married because I know people like to hate on single Black mothers and whatever, but y'all know y'all can kiss my ass, okay? No, okay, not my ass, but my neighbor's dog's ass over there. Yeah, you can kiss her ass. But the thing is, I'm going to decide what I'm going to get with and what I'm not. I'm going to tell you what I'm worth, and you need to act like you understand what that is once I explain it to you. Okay? And so, in terms of my husband being white, girl, I don't know what other people are doing, Black men, for instance, but I go to bed a Black woman, I sleep all night a Black woman, I wake up a Black woman, and I'm out here all day as a Black woman. I've been Black not because it's a trend, but because that's how I was born. Okay? So, when it wasn't cool, I was Black. Okay? And I'm still Black. And I'm still everything you see in front of you. So, I was, by then, I knew I had done enough self-study by then to know who it was I was and what I wanted. Okay? And I just don't play those games. So that is important because you need to be able to see, you need to be able to understand what your value system really is, what you truly believe, because what you believe, what people believe is what they tend to act upon. Okay? So that's why when people are telling me, oh, all people are good, because that's my husband. Most people are good. That's a damn lie. You should hear us in there. That's a damn lie. Most people ain't good. I don't be good. I done said it for years. Okay, what is it you don't understand? Okay, stop being out here telling people that Santa Claus is real and all people are good. That's ridiculous. Okay, that's why we all run around here as prey. Can y'all imagine this man? He's just like, all I'm trying to say is that I just think people are good. Okay, I'm telling you they're not though. Okay. So when he understands being born a white male in what is this, the United States? Okay. We're we are raised on white supremacy. Okay, so he is too. So this idea that he somehow, as a white man, is special because he's married to me, no, it doesn't make him Black, not even a little bit. Okay, and it doesn't make him understand shit, and it doesn't mean that I don't have to let him know. Okay, like he asked me years ago, do you think I'm racist? Hell yeah. What kind of stupid racist? My family, we don't even know how you do it. Blah, blah, blah. Shut the hell up. I'm telling you something real. You're raised in these United States, and yes, your grandfather was a full-blooded Cherokee. The man was so full-blooded, he looked Black, him and his brother. Parents died in the Trail of Tears. So, or they were kidnapped. and put in one of those schools where they cut their hair, took their language from them. You know what I'm saying? Well, they survived that school of white women because those white women ran that school. I'm just a side note. So he looks like a white man. Okay, period. Plain and simple. That's how he was acculturated. That's how he was raised. You know, conservative, whatever, blah blah blah. But he also is willing to learn something different, more, whatever. Okay. And we have a similar value set. I know that because I know what my values are. So all I had to do was watch his behaviors over time. And that's something else I tell women. Girl, stop. Girl, stop. Your emotions are telling you something, and you need to be able to pay attention to your instincts. But you also, because you need to be able to trust yourself. That's why you need to decide who you are. Yeah. Right? And who you are changes over time, because the more you learn, the more you know, the more you apply things, right? So,
but it's a transition. Like it's a process. It's not you can have an anchor in your very core. It's going to shift around, and a lot of times it's going to kind of go in a circle and go out wider and go out wider and go out wider, but it's still that core.
Yes. So like you said, your default, right? Mm-hmm. You're very clear. You're using the word default, core. It's the same. You're very clear on that. Mm-hmm. And so you're able to articulate it in ways that when both of us first had our children, we weren't able to articulate it. No. Right? And
articulate, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was I was surviving.
Yeah. No, we're not even cognizant, you know, because like you said, we just trying to make
going through the motions, just going forth, trying to move towards things, but not quite making it because you don't have a solid footing. You're not really tapped into what it is you're searching for. You just think that's going to give you what it is you're not even aware you're searching for.
Yes. So the way that I combated it is exactly what you're saying, is self-study. So again, so I know who I am and I know what I want and I can articulate that. So my husband, what did he say the other day? Okay, because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, the secret to a great long-lasting marriage is that you have separate bank accounts and only you as the matriarch in this have all the bank accounts. Your husband don't have no access.
You got his bank account too? He has a separate bank account, but you have it.
It's all mine. What are you talking about? What are we saying? Yeah, what are we saying here? It's all mine. Okay? You know how hard I work for this shit? No idea. All right? None. All right? No. This is all mine. And I know how we've been acculturated as women, that we freely give our intellect, our this, our that, and we make men look good, and we let them, pretend that the idea is theirs and all this other bullshit. Okay, that is not me. We all know it's not me. Why you get out there? Because this is what I'll do. I'll give a warning, right? So this happened a few years ago, this particular thing. And because he would do this shit, and it drives me crazy. I come up with something, I do it, get it all together, okay, because again, he depends heavily on my brain and the way I process information, as a lot of people do, because it's a gift. Got it, okay, got you. It's just not free, okay. And sex with me is not enough for me to give you that either, okay. All right. So he depends on that. And if you really look at the men around you, they depend on women to come up with shit. The reason that the Republicans and the Democrats or whoever they are, you know, the Democrats who are turning a blind eye and the Republicans who are doing the whole most, making up shit every other second, is because white women write that manifesto for them. And they decide what is in the classrooms.
Yeah.
You don't decide, Black women, because you chosen to opt out of that. But they decide. And you are not going to be telling your history as Black women and Black girls because it would illuminate their violent past. But we think
I hear that. I hear them talking about the children. The children are learning to hate themselves, and it's like, well, what happened to the idea that, because they'll say, oh, well, that wasn't us. Okay, so if you know it wasn't you, we're not saying that you did that. We're saying we don't want you to do that again. So we all need to know what happened so that we can watch you. We can watch you. That tendency.
Let's be clear. I am saying that. Because again, weaponized ignorance. Don't play games with me. That's really weird, because why in this past just 12, 18 months do you have across this nation white children going online from middle school on up, placing Black kids in a class up for sale? Now, how would they know that?
Right, where did that come from? And why aren't y'all upset about that? Because that's not what they're saying. That's not why they're saying they don't want that history there so that it will get repeated. No, they're saying, oh, we don't want to feel bad. We don't want to have to feel bad.
They're saying, we told you what your place is, and you need to accept it. And when you come to school, part of what we're going to do is program both sides of this situation. That's what we're going to do. And we, as Black women, when I say, oh, well, there's solutions to that. For instance, around here, there's a whole bunch of Black churches. Primarily, they empty during the week. Why is it? It's already a building. It's already got land. It's already got electric, plumbing, everything. It's already got everything. Why aren't we using those buildings to create little urgent cares for Black women and Black kids? Why aren't we doing that? Because there's plenty of us who are nurses. There's plenty of us who are nurse practitioners. There's plenty of us who are PAs. There's some of us who are doctors. So why aren't we doing that with empty buildings that we gave our money to build? You know, the building fund.
Shoot, why isn't there more housing? People don't got places to live, to sleep.
That was my next thing. So if we were to talk about action steps, then why aren't we talking about, since we love church, why aren't we talking about using those buildings to do things that center Black women and Black children? Because if you center Black women and Black girls, period, they're going to make life better for everybody. That's how it goes. Y'all don't have civil rights because y'all cute or something. You have civil rights because of Black women. And that system has been duplicated around the world. It is considered one of the most recent historical systems on the planet that is human-centered. It was developed, created, put together, and ran, and all of that by Black women. Why didn't white women come up with civil rights? According to them, they oppressed. Why didn't Asian women come up with civil rights? Why was it Black women? Because we create incredible systems. We just give the credit to other people. And that's a part of the circular problem that we're discussing here. Then that allows other people to decide for us that we are going to be harnessed. And so when we need someone to blame, not only are we going to harness you for your powers, and not only are we going to do it by using violence of every type, mental, emotional, physical, sexual, you name it, spiritual. Not only are we going to do that, but we need you to get with it. And this idea that Black women don't resist, that Black women put up with shit, that Black women, that girl, we would not be allowed to talk about it today if we got with y'all and y'all dumbass inhumanities. So you're gonna also use Black women as y'all little dumbass scapegoats? Nah, we're not doing that either. New rules. What that white boy say? New rules. I'm making the rules. There's consequences to you talking shit about single Black mothers. We ain't nobody's baby mama. Okay? Tell your preferences that shit.
Right?
We ain't nobody baby mama. You don't get to make names up for us. You don't get to tell us we ain't shit. You don't get to tell us as single Black mothers, Black women, period, what we need to get with and how we need to let you lead or some other bullshit. I'm grown. You don't get to tell me anything. Nothing. No.
And you don't get to stand in the way of me getting what I need. If I can't get it from you, or if you're not going to give it from me, you don't get to stand in the way of me getting what I need.
You really don't. Because there's consequences. If you come through my class, you're going to learn how to develop consequences. There's consequences to your badass behavior. And like my grandmother used to say, I dare you to try me. Try me. So my husband was talking. He said, what did he say? I can't even remember what he said. So, I be getting hot for the least little things sometimes. Okay, right? And I know what he told me. He will watch my videos, of course, because he will like put them up on his Facebook page or something like that. And he said the other day, I'm really worried that you're just so angry. And like, I don't know if people really like want to hear things in the way that you say it. He's been trying to, okay. So he used to just come out and say, oh, I think you need to stop cursing as much and blah, 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 this and that. Okay, this is a whole good way to get cursed out. I don't even know why you say it's okay. Know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? And this is what I mean, Black women. So I have this really crazy habit of writing down shit people say. Okay? Because it's not so much what you say. Again, it's me watching your behavior over time. Is this a behavioral pattern? Because what I tell y'all, first time somebody do something, okay, maybe it's an incident. Second time they do it, it's maybe a coincidence. But the third time, that's a behavioral problem. And Houston is not the only people that got a problem right now. Okay? So I said, so explain. Explain. Because I want you to explain. You said this in different ways, and I've told you in different ways. When I'm asking for your opinion about my video, it's not for you to tell me, that you think I should use different language. Okay, or whatever. Let's get this straight. It is for you to bend the knee. Tell me how to kill my glasses, wear something, boy. What are you doing? Okay. I told you who I am, and I told you what I want. And this is where, so I'm trying to find out what the confusion is here. I asked you a question because I've already given you the answer, like several times. So it's some confusion here. Let's talk about this shit, okay? While I'm not your therapist and all that, let's talk about this. So say that again. And he's like, well, you just seem so angry. Okay, so Mr. Iraq, because he went to Iraq twice, and I'm about the veterans. You don't send people to war and then don't want to take care of them. That's some bullshit, okay? But, we only see men as having PTSD. Because we don't see women as fully human, for one thing, especially not Black women. So these are things that need to change.
They read the things that we go through as traumas either, because there's so many of us with PTSD from just life. We haven't been to war, but just the stuff.
But that is war, and that's what I'm telling him.
No, I'm saying they just don't view it. People don't view it like that.
That's why my husband said, "Yup, you got me, Quianna." That's why my husband's saying that. Okay. That's what you say. That's why he's saying that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because when it comes down to it, he was raised in a patriarchy. So was I, in a way, but not at all. Because I wasn't. Okay.
Listen, there's so many things that people tell me, and then things, like I said, that I'll go back and think about that I've gone through, and I'll go, oh, wait a minute. That was a major trauma. And like, I remember when I was going, I lived in a house like for mothers with children, single mothers with children, and it was housing. And part of the program was I had to go to therapy with like an in-house therapist. And I was explaining to her like about a sexual assault that I had been through. And I remember I was just like, oh yeah, and this happened and that happened, and she was just like, that's a major trauma. And I was just like, yeah. But she pointed out, like, I hadn't even connected to it to like process it. It was just like, and I don't, because I know it may seem like, oh, they're implanting a problem. No, it was a major sexual assault.
Yes.
And it was under some really crazy conditions. But I just was like, oh yeah, this, that, and the other, because I didn't have time. I didn't have time to process it. I did, I'm like, I'm trying to find a place to live with my kids, and I'm trying to, figure out what's going to happen next. And I'm trying to get over, this person doing this and that and the other to me, just emotionally. I don't have time for I don't have time to add sexual assault on everything else.
Yes. But I think that's a huge part of it, though, right? Is that this is our everyday life experience, and that the numbers we're talking about data wise play out every single day in our everyday life as little Black girls. One of the hardest things you dealt with at 5 years old, right?
I was thinking of that. I was trying not to bring it back up, but no, I was like, that was a major trauma. And it's so crazy how even to this day I can draw back stuff that I've gone through as an adult, as a teenager, as a mother, as a this, as a that stems from that.
Yes.
Just not knowing, having to teach myself how to feel my feelings and acknowledge my feelings and work through my feelings and parent myself through my feelings. You know what I mean? Because I had the breakdown of the shock But then after that, there was nothing, because I don't remember anyone sitting me down and comforting me and kind of thinking about, oh, how did this happen? And oh, we're so sorry. None of that. We just went on living. And then from there, that opened up a whole new world of questions. Well, why is my mom not relating to me as a mother? Why is my father just, here and there, but not in my life? Then it becomes, well, what's wrong with me? Then it becomes me comparing. My mother starts having more children, but they're with her and I'm not. It spawned off into so many directions, and ultimately it equaled to me thinking that my feelings don't matter in relationships and everything. Me telling myself, "Oh, you're not that big of a deal. Nobody cares. Nobody's listening. Nobody, like."
Yeah. Yeah. And I hope everybody is really I know this might be bringing up things for some of us in the chat and listening to this later, but I do believe this is important that we bring this up. It is important that we hear the story of Quianna Footman and that we can see how her ability to be bold and brazen and brave is giving us a voice. And that even though Quianna, they told you, you can't, I'm talking about in their behavior,
Yeah.
towards you, other people's behavior towards you, that your feelings are to be non-existent as far as we're concerned. Okay. It comes back again to the different parts of this society that tells us you're not enough and you'll never be enough. You're not enough and you'll never be enough. Because at the same time, they're telling you, but you're too much. Well, I propose to the Matrilineal Leadership Council, here with all of us Black women's, that we start deciding when and how and with whom we express our feelings. And we don't allow other people to gainsay us. So, for instance, it's a funny thing. Me and Miss D were talking about this. Why is it that people don't, there's trolls all over the place. And I have had my couple of few or whatever, But hey, like I said, sometimes I like to play with my food. So I will make an example out of, one or two of them, because power requires representation. Black women. The power's within you. It's just a matter of pulling out the pain and the suffering so you can unleash your power. It's there. All of your powers are there. Okay. But just what Quianna's describing, the things I've described, things you've heard from Auntie D, you guys can see we have a similar story because all of us are being affected in a similar way. And that's not an accident. It isn't. So it's imperative that we get to these places, because when I say to my husband, so let me explain something to you, sir. First of all, it sounds like you're having some feelings. And as I am not your therapist and you are not my client, because that would really cost you, sir. But as I am not, you need to speak on that with your therapist, because it's really interesting to me that in my therapy sessions, I am looking at my behaviors. Primarily, that's what we're looking at. I got bad behaviors, if y'all didn't know. Okay. And I choose them. And 98% of the time I absolutely mean it. Yeah. So my therapist, she be working a lot. She be working hard, sweat, everything. Okay. But he ain't saying all that, because even if they go to therapy, I don't know what y'all are saying, but whatever. So he doesn't, and men generally don't want to get that they affect their environment as they're infecting their environment. But they need you to accept all of the responsibility and accountability for their behavioral choices. Because if you hadn't done this, if you hadn't done that, if you hadn't looked like this, if you hadn't dressed this way, if you hadn't been singing that song, if you hadn't been dancing that way, if you hadn't been laughing loud, we wouldn't be calling you ratchet, blah, 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 blah. How about you save that shit for your preferences? Because if you talk to me that way, I'm going to introduce you to what that really looks like. Because I learned violence from the best. United States white. Yeah. And so I'm telling you, you need to go check yourself, because who are you to tell me that I should not, express that I'm angry or I'm enraged or whatever it is? Let me introduce you to my living room with all the goddesses around here. Let me introduce you to my living room with all the black art of black women around here. Let me introduce you. You forgot where you live? You forgot where you live. Okay, let me put this in terms that even a patriarch can understand. Bend the knee. Because I make all of this shit possible. It's not even just possible, it is. There's not a place you can go in my home that is not comfortable. I was just telling Miss Steve, we just got our first tiny home that's going to be blown out. Oh, I got garden areas. Oh, I got this. I plant lavender and chamomile in the front in the beginning, all the stuff. Okay, let me tell you one thing. This man is sitting on a beautiful porch with all kinds of cute and like it's a whole nother room. He has been retired since he was 58. And this man worked 2-3 jobs at a time. But my thought processes, my processes, period, made that happen. Just like you, Black women in the Black church, you make that happen. You fund that. And then you give your services for free. And then you got to hype these men in the pulpit and the one sitting in the front and the choir director and whoever. You got to hype them. And you the ones that open up the church, you the ones that cook the food, clean it, come up with the how you put the systems in place. If you are a lawyer and you are a Black woman, you are helping the church freely. If you are the best cook, okay, maybe you and your sisters are arguing over that, but still, if y'all the best cooks, y'all are at church hooking it up. If you say, like, I'm a nurse, we're giving out free blood pressures, this, that, and the next. If you are the type of Black woman who's very efficient, got your shit together, you really know how to, do the announcements, you're good at media, all these different things, you'll be at your church and you'll be giving your work that you do, that you got educated on by yourself, to the church and the men in it for free. It's not even just for free. I want y'all to tag this part on. You are paying for the privilege. Because y'all come up with all the funds. The whole $26 billion basically is y'all every year tithing to the church. So you not only got yourselves educated, and they sit there and tell you your education don't mean shit. Okay. But then you use your education to build up the church. You couldn't get a piece of rock candy from most of these men, much less a time of day. So I'm saying to us as Black women, we're not just talking about, you don't have standards or some stuff like that. We are trying to give you information for you to build your own standards, right? So I am able to articulate to my husband or my children or anyone else exactly what I mean, because I've studied myself, I know who I am, and I know what I want, and I know how to communicate it very clearly. And I speak several languages: English, a little bit of Spanish. Hey, and one of my languages I'm very fluent in is violence, allegedly. So, I'm multilingual. And I think we embrace that. I think we decide that, so you don't get to talk to us like that. And we shut people down. We shut them down. We cut them off from access. The reason the trolls don't really come from me that much when upon further study of my own self is that I affect my environment in that way. Once I take a specific troll and I allegedly flay them on a cross like this, upside down, that lets everybody else know, okay, this is not a safe space for us to be dumb. Because I'm just going to tell y'all out loud, I be asking me, so say something else stupid. You came here unprepared. You don't make sense.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do that.
I don't know why you came. So you came here to tell me that I don't get to tell anybody how I feel about something. I don't get to be angry. How dare I be? Oh, this is another angry Black woman. What's your point? What is your point? And so I think we're conditioned to accept the gaze of other people and to allow them to tell us who we are and then what we want. And then that whatever that is, we're not good enough to have it. Because, we're only Black women. But yet, why do you guys keep sending up prayer requests to us? Why you keep asking us to come and fix shit you broke? And you consistently break. I can go back in your history and I can show you every single time you've done this exact same thing. The very tortures that we saw that were so heinous towards Black people in this country, putting a mask and a bit in a human being's mouth that is iron so they won't eat the crop, that you're forcing them to work on, and then you're so fucking vile, you put your own feces on the bit of that metal piece that goes in your mouth, and that they would tie, hook back here around our heads. Usually people didn't live past 8 weeks. But they had such a great thing going on by breeding Black women, and having our bodies shipped over from kidnapping us and shit. They had such a great thing going on. They felt like they could just keep replenishing the enslaved. So what does it mean that you die in 8 weeks with sores in your mouth, your whole mouth cut up? They even had maggots. This is what humans do to other humans. Dante Alighieri, he wasn't describing actual Satan who created some hell. He was talking about the people who made hell on earth for other people. And you want me to get with that? Y'all want me to go, oh, because Jenny Thomas wrote it in some manifesto, I'm supposed to get with it because she's who to me? Because she said that after her and her girls created that, they made that, what's that thing they call it, them girls, Moms of Liberty, going around burning, but so I'm supposed to get with that? No, how about you don't get to educate my kids? Y'all are white supremacists. I'm not handing my kids over to you. See, when my kids were growing up, I decided what they was going to get with and what they wasn't. And I dare you to say something about the primary education, or the fact that I don't follow your rules. They don't work over here. My children are they are operating from my rules. And if you people want to continue to use them to get money for a seat over here in your little education system that, by the way, I work my ass off to pay for in my taxes, you will follow my rules and my policies where my children are concerned. But I expect you to try to play me. And when you do, when you cross the line, when you cross the boundary, girl, I can't wait. I can't wait. Cross the boundary. Because I got some
He's just over there waiting on them. Just over there waiting on them.
This is for you. Because anything you try with my children, and I know you will, but just forewarning, anything you try with them, I'm definitely doing to you 10 times 10,000, bitch. That's happening. If you all notice, I will smile when I'm saying things like that. Because I taught my children, that little kid that tripped my daughter and called her a nigga. Here's what I allegedly told her. So I'm going to need you to go up to him. I'll be dealing with his parents. And I'm going to need you to smile while you say this, just to him. Then I told her what to say. That boy been her best friend since 7th grade. No, I decide what the standards, rules, policies, laws are for how I operate and how my family operates. And I am not going to get with your criminal idea of how you're going to treat Black women and Black girls like they're nothing. And then you're going to write a manifesto in which the very first problem that you say you're going to solve is the problem of single Black mothers. as if ain't nobody else single mothers around here. You called us out? Oh, really? So Black women, what are we gonna do? Because Ms. D's got more to say about this 2025. Because I'm telling y'all, please stop this shit about Donald Trump and whatever. The only reason we pay attention to that motherfucker is because we need to know what the ops are doing so that we can preempt them or neutralize them. We can't keep sitting back here and allowing people to wholesale murder us, whether it is in the healthcare system, whether they're being supported by whatever church. There's a reason why I don't attend goddess churches either, because to me, I see a bunch of corruption. The same thing they did with monotheism. How is a white woman going to tell me about being who I already am? You were born enslaved yourself, girl. I wasn't. Black women didn't have someone above them. You did. From the beginning of you, white woman. So how are you going to tell me about what it means to be goddess born? Just because y'all daddies and y'all went over there to Egypt and stole stuff and put it all up in y'all little museums? No, you don't get to do that. So I'm telling us as Black women, we don't have to accept any of this. We get to deny people access to us. We get to say, no, you don't get to talk to me. But I have to talk to you. No, you don't. You don't decide for me that I'm going to sit here and listen to you treat me like shit. You don't get to do that.
Hey y'all, the internet problems have come from coast to coast.
Oh, they over there in Caste.
Yeah, they moved over here too. But you had asked about the 2025, and I do have that here in front of me. Did you want me to cover that now?
Yeah, can we do that? Is that okay, Quianna? Because I feel like you know the questions we had, we went way deep, and I love this. Ooh, this is um, is it okay if we move to that, Quianna?
I think this will also set up your success story very well, and also the solution section. I think that'll be a good setup for it. Because something that we do need to do is understand what we're up against. Now, Auntie Love said something very serious, and she highlighted it to make sure. Now, this whole page, there's 800 pages of this. 800 plus, close to 900.
920 to be exact.
Yeah, when you take all the table of contents and glossary and all that on there. But this whole page is kind of, I'm going to prelude this by saying that we live in a time in which mediocre, ignorant people want to be enthroned and to enforce their mediocrity and ignorance on everybody. And one of the ways that they manifest this is they don't understand anything. It's like, y'all read the Constitution and then go study the history of the people that wrote it. And then you would have some idea of what you yourself are talking about. So that's going to be my prelude statement. But I'm going to read this paragraph in its entirety. And I'm going to stop at a particular place because the math is not, well, we all have a we all met because of Themis and Thoth. And one of the things I learned to say from him is the math is not mathing. And here's where it's not mathing. Quote, today the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of Black children. Now, here's the problem with this statement. If you don't know the demographics, you would think that Black mothers are the whole problem here. if you don't know the demographics of the United States of America, you would think we are the entire problem. Because they have given no context. We are positioned as the reason that 40% of the 40% of the country is unmarried mothers. But however, if you know the demographics of the United States of America, you know that there is no possible way to have that number if there were not a tremendous number of white women also giving birth to these children. But because Black children are the only people mentioned, that positions Black single mothers as the problem. And what you will observe about this is that in no solution anywhere does this say anything about encouraging men to actually step up and be fathers. So if the emphasis on what we need to change is on the mothers, then we can be sure that all the punishment and all the hardship is going to be borne by the mothers. And if only Black children are mentioned, then that means what? That all this is going to be directed at Black single mothers. I'm now going to read the entire paragraph. Today, by the way, the American family. The other thing that this does is that by positioning Black women as the problem, they have also positioned us as not being Americans. Even though there is no United States of America, name any country in South America that you like, and Canada and Mexico as well. If African women's labor is not there, there is no point in there even being in America. From the Canadian Shield to Tierra del Fuego. I just need to put that in there. Okay. Today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of Black children. There is no government program that can replace the hole in the child's soul cut out by the absence of a father. Fatherlessness is one of the principal sources of American poverty, crime, mental illness, teen suicide, substance abuse, rejection of the church, and high school dropouts. So many of the problems government programs are designed to solve but can't are ultimately problems created by the crisis of marriage and the family. The world has never seen a thriving, healthy, free, and prosperous society where most children grow up without their married parents. If current trends continue, we are heading towards social implosion. Then I'm going to skip some paragraphs that are not highlighted. The next conservative president must make the institution of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So let me see if I understand this. If fatherless is the problem, what is you changing the federal language actually going to do about that? As I said, they actually don't know how to do what it is that they intend to do. Because the only way that you could actually solve this problem is to address the bad behavior of the men. But then you probably can't do that because you would need to go and address Thomas Jefferson's bad behavior. You know how he started as a pedophile with Sally Hemings and then SA'd her to age 50. You would need to address the bad behaviors of George Washington, where there's reasonable evidence. Because I wondered about this when I was about 9, 10. He got pneumonia riding around the plantation in the evening. What in the world was so important to him that he was riding around the plantation in the rain in the evening? Pretty good evidence of what he was doing now. You're going to have to address George Washington's bad behavior. And if you're, as long as we're on the subject, as long as you're going to do this, and you're going to do this and you're going to delete all this stuff, I don't know how you're going to talk about everybody back to the time of the Greco-Romans if you're going to try to defeat everything having to do with LGBTQ. I don't know how we're going to do this. We're going to have to burn all those books about Greek mythology. We ain't never going to hear about any of the Roman Caesars ever again. The whole front, Suetonius is the 12 Caesars will never be read again. All of Wikipedia is going to have to come down. The first 55 Roman emperors if we're going to actually do this. But see, when people think that they can fiat a solution to a problem by, and I'm going to look at something that's in between here. What they want to do, and this is the thing that they're talking about. And there's more here. There's only one page here. So on this particular page, they're talking about eliminating marriage penalties and federal welfare programs. Black women solved that problem in like 1974. We're the ones that went back and said you ought to be able to be married and still be able to get some kind of benefits. We already solved that problem. We solved that problem in 1974. So the really hateful things that they intend to do are not on this page, but they do have a reference. The conservative progress and talk about installing work requirements for food stamps. We already have that. That was settled under the Contract on America. So I'm like, okay, I know you're selling me wolf tickets because you're talking about stuff that you've already done. So what's really going on? Like I said, it is 800 pages. It says here, it is time for policymakers to elevate family authority, formation, and cohesion. Okay, what kind of family authority are you talking about? We talk about Thomas Jefferson and his two families' authority, George Washington, James Madison, Donald Trump. Whose family authority are we talking about? I guarantee you that they're not talking about Love is married. Auntie Love is married. But I guarantee you that they're not talking about a household in which a woman is domina. That's a word I've actually learned how to use from you. They're not talking about that. They're talking about men being able to have their child bride slaves. And some of those can be their children also. Incest is a thing. You know, when you have a former president who's out here talking about how he would be with his daughter Ivanka if she wasn't his daughter, and that particular inappropriate photograph of them that they have together, this kind of family authority, because y'all talked about, you know, cohesion in the church, and no successful society has ever survived without the church. You do know that Jesus Christ came 2,000 years ago. The history of the world, beginning on when we recorded. So okay, let's see how we do this. All right, we know we have genetic evidence for more than 6,000 years of human history, but let's just use Usher's dating just to make it easy for people to do math. Anybody know what 6 minus 2 is? I mean, that's elementary school, right? So if no successful society existed before the church, we got a problem, because 6 minus 2 is 4. And if you use Usher's dating, Adam and Eve lived before the church, and Noah and his family lived before the church, and Abraham and Sarah, and we just gonna go ahead and mention Hagar because she always gets overlooked. She's the first black slave. Solomon lived before the church. I'm like, okay, so the level, we have to kind of come up with a new word here. Not ignorant. Ignorant. The level of ignorant that you have to be in order to have written that sentence. Because I got a friend who has ignorant, but I don't want to give them all those signals. And then ignorant is one of our good ancestral words. I didn't want to use our good ancestral words, so we're just going to go with ignorant. The level of ignorance that you have to be of world history. It's like the cultures that you admire the most were all before the church. Caesar Augustus exists, and his terrible wife Livia, the original legionnaire. Thank you for the reminder about that, Auntie Love, a couple days ago. The cultures you admire the most, the Roman Republic and Greek democracy. You call yourself a Republican. You don't know that pre-existed. But see, as Black women, we don't get our lives together. And I'm not just talking about voting, because see, what'll end up happening is, if this is not enacted nationally, it's like Alabama and their foolery. They just messed up. You know, you trying to get more white babies on the earth, but you mess with IVF. See, if you're not careful, you won't let ignorance reign over a state or a city near you. And so, and then the other thing I need to say this as a student of Nazi Germany. The Nazis failed in 1923. They took 10 years, retooled, and came back. Turned out that their biggest PR man proved himself as being able to be the leader. And this book is Nemesis by it's a double biography of Adolf Hitler, which of course, but Ian Kershaw, Hubris. And in Hubris, Hitler is the drummer. He's the PR man. He's their best speaker. But then by 1933, they turned around and realized he was thick enough. Hitler the Führer. So right now, you notice the people that are more effectively communicating. They're trying out for basically 2032. So you have to kind of get on top of this stuff. This handbook is going to be with us longer than the next election. And that's why we're bringing it to your attention. Auntie Love, I think you have the link to that in our description for people who want to pull that up for this video.
Oh, I don't know if I have the link. Okay, y'all are gonna have to.
But y'all can
Maybe I
find
do,
this.
but y'all.
But didn't you put the links in the last one?
It's
Yeah,
in the
and
last one.
if you guys put in Project 2025, it's gonna take you
Yeah,
over
it'll
there.
pop up. Yeah,
And
it'll pop up.
there's a thing where it'll say you want to learn more, and you hit that, and it goes to the 900
whole
whatever
PDF.
page
Yeah.
PDF.
It is publicly available.
So Miss D and I have been kind of combing through this over the last few months because it's so much. There's it's
just one abomination after another abomination.
Yeah.
And like I said, what makes it so bad? At least George, Tom, and Jimmy, yeah, I've demoted them on purpose, studied a little bit. They knew the better parts of democracy and republic that they were attempting to enact. These people here, they don't know anything, which means that the United States will be driven off into the ditch very, very quickly. It is almost an insult to Nazi Germany. And even an insult to the Confederacy, although they were pretty dumb too, actually. When you really go read the record, something else I do recommend you read, but I also have to just, caution. The Rise and Fall of the Confederate States of America by Jefferson Phineas Davis. The levels of stupidity that he is writing about, and does not even realize the level of his own ignorant status. But these people, though, would have embarrassed Jefferson Davis. Jefferson Davis's book is available on Wikisource. Actually, you can read it from the screen. I picked up Grant's memoirs, General Alexander's memoirs, and that's another one. The ignorance of the 19th century, though, these people would look like Einstein. And so what we don't want to do as Black women, and we do have the power to prevent it, is to allow ourselves and our children to fall under the power of people like this. And we have this whole trad wives thing going on. And there are Black women participating in this. And it must be, Quianna, because they believe that their salvation is connected to these men. Everybody knows the United States is about to go through changes. But this is not, and this is how I'm setting up you telling us this wonderful news that you have, and no Black man set this up for you, no white man set this up for you. I'm preluding this wonderful news. I want you all to hear Ms. Footman talk about the things that she secured today and how she did not need anyone to come and do this for her who is a mortal man. And I want you to listen to who left the room and got out the way, even though they didn't know that was what they were doing, and then who stepped in and got the smack done. And I want you to really hear that, because we do not need to come under the power of the ignorant. Like I said, ignorance too many syllables. We no.
T-Time, thank you. Hey, the other MJ T-Time Beauty put it in ignorant. I gotta write it down just the way she did.
It's like, how do we spell that? Let me work out how I spell that, but y'all are welcome to spell it however you want. But I'm gonna need us to not. I'll go into the chat and spell this out and even do a dictionary entry for it.
There it
but
is.
I like it. Ignorant. I like that. I like it. I might have put an E in it because inert. The true word inert means that it is a material that has no power. I might have put an E up in there, but you know what? I'm good. Let's we call that crowdsourcing the spelling of new words. We as Black women have a right to do that. Ignorant. We do not need to be under the power of the ignorant. But I want you to listen. I want you to listen to what Miss Quianna. Now, and we know we gave her this great bio. She's an author. She's a cosmetologist. She has her own beauty line that she works with. She's got all this stuff. She's raising 2 beautiful children, and she's got all this stuff. And I saw one of those beautiful arms of your beautiful child just come through there, and that you just took time to turn to the side and just mother on her, and then come back, and it was so smooth. I want you to listen to what this woman has accomplished today. And I want you to understand that there is no one on this earth that can stop you from getting what you're supposed to get. Just go get it. Quianna, tell them what you've done today. Just today.
Just today. So, well, I have to give a little bit of a backstory. When I did my orientation for school, they had us go into separate rooms based off our major. I'm a psychology major. So when we went in our room, they asked us why we chose psychology. And my knee-jerk reaction was to just say, oh, my friends told me I should be a therapist and, just basic stuff. And something in me was like, girl, that's not why you came to school. You came to school so that you could build Level Up Single Moms, so that you could, to get credentials so that I could feel comfortable with giving the types of services that I believe Level Up Single Mom is meant to provide. And so I told them this, and I said I wrote a book, and there was the lady that, like, I think is over the whole department, maybe of the whole entire school, because I go to community college here, and they have different locations, like one down here near where I live, and then other in the Northeast, and then like West or something like that. So there was that lady, she's a Black lady. And then there were the ladies that work at my school in the Women's Center, and they're white. And they all were just like, oh my God, that's amazing. We want to work with you. Give us your information, everything like that. I said, okay. And then the second part of that orientation, they said, oh, we want you to hold up a symbol of who you are. And that just is the quintessential essence of you. And so I was going to, it's a little statue I have here that's like a African statue of like a mother holding her daughter. Like, no, girl, get your book. So I got my book, and I said, this is my book. And they were like, oh my God, it was just a big thing. So I sent them the email. I sent them the email with all of my links. And I also sent them the link of my Level Up Single Mom, basically manifesto, which is like a slideshow I did years ago. It was a stream I did years ago, but it was a slideshow explaining what Level Up Single Mom is, what I want it to be, and just how it's supposed to help people. And I sent them that, and they were like, we're having in March women's events. We want you to come speak. So this was before school even started. I already had speaking engagements lined up, and they're like, we're going to buy your books, and there may be an honorarium. For those who don't know, honorariums is when they pay you to speak. So that was already set up before I even set foot into class. So then today, yesterday they asked me to come in so we could coordinate, because that stuff is coming up. And while I was there, they were like, oh, at our location, there's going to be an event for Black women. It's for Black women's hair. You should come by, because I don't even have school today. And that was yesterday. The event was today. So I went. They had a table there. I sat at the table. So eventually they left. They were like, oh, call us if you need us. But it was me. There was another intern. She was an Asian girl. There was another intern too, but she wasn't really there with us. She didn't come till like the very end. She was a white girl. But anyway, the other intern has been working with them. Like, I'm just kind of in and out, because I'm just supposed to be speaking. And like, I even had asked the other week, I went and popped in, because I was like, you guys want me to speak and I haven't heard from you, and I just want to show my face. And the lady was like, no, don't worry about that. You've done enough. And that was like a revelation for me right there. Like, that in and of itself is a whole nother story. But anyway, today, it was a room full of Black women There were Black women in like mental wellness. There were women who dealt with hairdressers, women who specialized in like scalp care and things like that. So they had little machines. There was one of the women, she was there with like medical grade hair pieces, but she was actually one of my teachers in hair school. So I went over and talked to her. That was really cute. So anyway, they wanted the tables to go around and speak. And like I said, the people who were running the table, the women's center, they were gone. It was me and the interns and stuff. And I'm brand new in this. Like I'm not even really fully with them. So I'm looking at the girl and she's just kind of like, I said, well, they sent me an email with all the information about like what's going on. I can go speak. It's fine. And she was like, okay, cool. So I went up, I spoke, I told them all of what the Women's Center had going on. I introduced myself. I introduced my platform. I introduced my book. This is in front of everyone. And they had, I don't think the councilwoman was there yet, but a councilwoman actually came past. Also, one of the ladies at the Women's Center, she said, oh, I realized we had another way to get you more money. So she said, we actually have a scholarship through the Women's Center. And we had a couple people that were supposed to get it, but they had to drop out of school and whatnot. So since you're already doing the work with us, you can have the scholarship. And the scholarship was more money than I was still going to get paid before, but it's more money than I would have gotten just for speaking. So I've got paid speaking engagement. I am known. I went and was able to hobnob with people. Oh, and I met another lady who has a think tank like Love. And I introduced herself and I told her about my book and actually gave her a copy of my book. And she said, oh, we're building this out into a program. We are going to talk. So I have a meeting set up next Thursday. Like I did so much on a day that I didn't even have school just by showing up and letting people see me and letting people know what I do. And originally this all started from that one decision of no, I'm not going to play it safe. I'm going to tell people who I am. I'm going to tell people what I do and just keep going from there.
I just need to do this for the content. Yes, Queen! Yes!
Love it.
Yes!
I love this for you. I love this for your Goddess Born daughters. I love this. And I love this for us. I love it. That you know what? I love it. I love it. You know what, Quianna, we were talking about this in the green room where we were saying, you know what? That we sometimes as Black women, a lot of times we don't believe that our skills, that we ought to market our own skills. Okay. We believe, you go to school, pay a whole bunch of money, you go to school. And then you take that education that you paid a whole lot of money for and the experiences that you paid a whole lot for, whether it was physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, all of these things you did along with your brilliance and creativity, and then turn that back around and give that to a whole corporation, so they can pay you an hourly wage for all of the brilliance that you brought to all of this, okay? And made them look like, Black women tend to do for everybody around us, okay? And that you recognize your achievements and your accomplishments and you can embrace it. This idea that we have, we're just bragging. We don't want the people to think that we're being arrogant or whatever. I'm gonna tell y'all, like I used to tell the other white men I was with before I met my husband, because Okay. Anyway, my achievements, my whatever it is because that's what I did. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I brought. And none of y'all out here get to take credit for it, because that's a part of the problem. Okay. The fact that people keep telling us, oh, just make yourself smaller, don't talk about your accomplishments or anything like that, then people get to write crap like that manifesto that says our first enemy that we need to deal with is single Black mothers, because they are the first problem that we have when it comes to the American family. And the American family is the foundation of America. And if Black women are the problem by being single Black mothers, then they're the enemy of America. It's not just that they're not Americans, they're the enemy. They're the first problem we got to deal with. They literally name it the first problem. So that you, Quianna, you get to go, you were able to take your own skills, abilities, experiences, the book you wrote, all of these different brilliant things that you have done and created in a space, in a place, in a country in which you and I, as single Black mothers, are termed the enemy. We're the reason that there's fatherlessness. That's how they put it in that 2025. We're the reason. Black single mothers is the reason that they're fatherlessness. They never mention Black fathers leaving and abandoning their children. And we're the reason that their children are alive today, because we created them in our bodies, we gave birth to them alone, and we raised them alone, meaning without nigger pens. And you ain't done nothing yet but cause problems every time we see your ass. That we all got to now have therapy for to get back to the root of what we now know is, who the hell did I marry? Even though I ain't married to your ass. At least I had sense enough not to marry your dumb ass. Okay? Because you ain't taking my shit. Because that's the plan. See, when it comes to Black women, you gonna take our shit. Tell us some shit about, oh, as long as he could just pay the light bill. Girl, I know you tripping right now. You tripping. If we don't start, because this is one of those things, if we do not start hyping our own selves, if we do not start explaining to people the reason that you need to be holding me sacred, protected, and uplifted is because if I deny you access to me, y'all are all gone. Okay? Black women been here since the alpha, and we still here. But y'all, if I lift my hands off you, that's what I used to tell my kids. Let me tell you one thing. Okay? I, as your mama, if I lift my hands off of you, everything goes away. We are not going to sit here and say, oh, well, you're legitimized because of your daddy. You legitimized because some white woman told you legitimized. You legitimized because some white man said you legitimized. Yes, we use my husband's white privilege. That's the point. Good God. What do you, come on now. We are very strategic about how we do it. When he come through and he like, okay, baby, what are we gonna do with my white privilege today? Oh, you mean our white privilege? Well, I'm glad you asked. Okay? Because I give marching orders. And it's all about him using his white privilege to center Black women and Black girls. Don't tell me what we can't do, Black women. Don't tell me what we can't do. And the fact that Quianna just told you all that she accomplished because she was brave enough and courageous enough and all that to let go of some of these things that we have been programmed to misbelieve about ourselves. We need to be held sacred and protected and uplifted because we fucking deserve it. We need to hold our daughters sacred, protected, and uplifted because I don't know if y'all ever heard of Little Ruby or the Little Rock Nine, and I can name some other ones off, but there's a lot of little black girls who helped us gain civil rights. Little Ruby, little 6-year-old baby girl, who her and her black mama, not her daddy, her and her black mama walked through crowds of primarily white women and their kids, spitting on them, throwing shit, bringing little casket with little effigies of black babies that they made to tell this little 6-year-old and her mama that you gonna be dead next. Now, I don't know what you think. Project 2025 has got a store for you, but honey, they just added technology to what they tried to do to little Ruby and every other black girl that came through their little segregated schools. The Little Rock Nine, those were teenagers. 6 of them were black girls. They were the ones who stood on the vanguard, not Martin Luther King as a teenager, not whoever, not this one, not that one, not 6 boys and 3 girls. I'm talking about 6 girls and 3. Why is it every time we turn around and we look at pictures, we the ones over here in the forefront doing all of this work, but y'all want to tell us we're nothing, but then you want to hand us some prayer requests. Oh, can you fix this for me? Can you do this for me? Can you help me feel like a man? Can you just let me lead? Girl,
I gotta say this much. I would not, and I thank God every day that I didn't get what I was chasing when I was chasing my daughter's father. But I would not have had the presence of mind to do any of this stuff if I was messing around with these men. I would not have had the clarity and the clarity of thought in my stream of thought to be able to write a book and then, build a platform and build a schema around that book and that platform and continuously find the right rooms to go in and talk and share my ideas and share my experiences. None of this would have happened if I had continued to pursue that man or any man. None of that would have happened because I'd have been too overrun with just the that empath stuff. It's hard for me being around a lot of people for real, for long periods of. It's hard for me. Like, I love just nothing more than just being in my room by myself because I can't stay in tune with myself if I'm constantly naturally attuned to what's going on with this person and what's the energy they're giving off and why are they looking that way and what can I do to fix this and what can I do to make it better and that's my gift. But I also recognize that I have to protect it and I have to harness it. And I can't just be going around giving it away to people just because I want to say that they chose me, or just because I want them to like me, or just because I like the way they perform in bed, or, whatever it is. I recognize the value in what I have to offer. So it's my job to protect it and to cultivate it. And it's like breathing after not breathing for a long time now. Being able to step into my power in that way. Mm-hmm. And go in these places and not just feel seen, feel recognized. To feel recognized.
you know, and something key too that you said, because you've said so much that is key. Take all my lessons and learn from you everything. Oh, okay. Something else is that foundational to that whole thing, you acknowledged yourself.
Yeah.
So you were able to articulate what you've done and let people know. So, see this book, this is my resume.
Right. Yeah.
Girl,
Yeah.
um, because um because it, like, that's a black woman wrote that. See 1619, that was a black woman. I'm just saying. Um, Actual CTR was written by Kim Crenshaw, black woman. Okay, I'm just saying to y'all. I'm just letting y'all know that most of these books up here, black women wrote those. Um, because we're scholars and intellectuals, and we bring all of that with us. So you being acknowledged and your work being acknowledged is hugely in part because you came through and said, okay, so this is what's up. This is what I do, and this is what that's worth. So that's another thing that I want us to get from this conversation, black women. Please, please, okay? Quianna keeps giving us all of this great information. And I'm writing it down as I go. I'm trying to learn and absorb because I admire Quianna. I admire Auntie D. I look up to them, and that I get to sit in spaces with them and learn. And us, we all get to interact in this space, right? Whether you're interacting with us live or you're interacting, in the comments later, we all get to interact as black women in this space, right? And I specifically make this black women because I'm not interested in the gaze of anybody else in this. I'm interested in celebrating, crying, laughing, discovering, learning from other black women, because black women are brilliant. Okay,
We really are. We really are.
girl, I don't know nobody else that can take midair and make a whole house, table full of food. Okay, black women. That's black women. And so what pisses me off to the highest of festivity is that all of you other demographics are so hateful and violent in your coveting of us for just breathing and living our lives, that you literally hate us. And I'm using these terms, black women, because I'm basing it on the behavior that I see from people. If you're going around saying that black women fit into this stereotype, what you're telling black women is they're going to have to do whatever it takes to fit into that stereotype and like it while they do it, and then let you suck their blood at the same time. Okay? And we are not allowed to have enjoyment. When we get on the bandwagon of people talking shit about us, here's what I see happening, okay, as black women and black girls. When we get on that bandwagon, when we start going at each other and whatever else, then we are spending energy on people who aren't actually our enemy, when we have enemies who are telling us in writing what they're going to do to us within an 18-month period. And if you are being, if a legion, if white women are telling you, and white men and black male conservatives, that you ain't nothing but a baby mama, you just a welfare queen, you just a this, you that. Okay, so what? You went got re-educated, and okay, if they are putting out all of these things, then it becomes easy to write bills and laws and say we had to write them because, you know, single black mothers, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. They're dangerous to the very fabric of the United States. In fact, I'd say ban them, but because I know as whoever I am, that they do better enslaved. So we're just going to stand for that. But we got all of this time to talk about Donald Trump's dumbass shoes. We don't. What I'm telling y'all is we have some real world problems. And can I be honest with y'all? In my own realm, I've already fixed them problems. Okay? I get to be happy. Okay? I get to go have joy. I get to go laugh my ass off with my my goddess born daughter, my son, my other kids. I get to have nothing but fun. Y'all don't know. I'm just around here ringing bells. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. So I think you forgot the ice for my water. Girl, what is you doing? What is you do? What is you allowing? What you getting with? What are you getting with? You couldn't talk crazy to my daughter. Okay, let me tell you that right now. You a male? What? Girl, no. None of y'all. My husband, my son, none of them. None of them. Now, what I taught her about compassion and kindness and being a beneficent ruler is a whole nother thing. But as far as these men was concerned, girl, you get to raise your voice to her. Because I don't want her growing up thinking that that's what motherfuckers get to do. Because they don't.
Nope. I told my baby this boy had hit her. Like I came to pick her up one day and they pulled me to the side and they were telling me that this boy had hit her. And I asked, I said, well, when I talked to her, I said, well, what happened? He said, so and so hit me. I said, well, what was going on? You know, whatever it was. And I think she said he was like doing this with a rubber band at her. She told him not to do that. And so then he goes off and hit her. I said, well, babe, what happened? What did you do? She said, I hit her back. I said, okay, fair enough. No notes. It is what it is. Deanne?
Yes.
I saw you were saying something earlier, and I was waiting. I wanted to see if you wanted to say.
There were so many things. Okay, but let's go back to what you said about the thing that you're doing now. My mind had gone back. I'm 43 years old. I have been a good girl who did her best to be with the good boys. I'm still a virgin. Of them, only one baby. I've talked on Grown Black Folks Talk about Sergeant Love. The kind of man who went back to war because somebody told him, his parents told him they were being put off the plantation they had sharecropped their whole lives. But this is someone who was picked by his mother and grandmother to serve the community very young. So as Auntie Love and I often talk about, sometimes there are young men who will have the blessing of the women, the matriarchs of the family, recognizing this is one who can return to his actual stewardship. This is one who we see understand why he exists to help take care of the community. We can work with him. So that was him. If you take that whole story. He is the only one. I have never shared Sergeant Love's age. All I need to say is that he's a Vietnam War veteran. It took, so you look at that, what that age gap, even the youngest possible Vietnam War veteran, you look at what that age gap and how much maturing there would have to be. I still see him. We still sit down and have conversation. He's still very supportive. Because he's not threatened by my brilliance. He appreciates it. That's one of 6.
Yeah.
And of course, as I've shared about him, he gave me up because he loved me. He said, I've been Agent Orange and I'm too much older. So what I'm going to end up doing with you is that you're going to have a child with potential birth defects and it's going to become a burden to you. And because I love you, we're not going to do this. So the only one that I could have trusted knew he wasn't able to handle the privilege. There is no way. I'm sitting back here, 27. I wrote, and I love, we got to get back to that, talk about Black women and our copyright stuff, the Freedom Guide for Music Creators and all the things that have to do with copyright law back then. Mm-hmm. And then Season the Crypto Bull Run for Financial Freedom was this last summer. There is no possible way. And again, the men that I'm talking about, with the exception of the one who was using me as the beard, and he was a bad man because that's what he was doing. But none of these men, with the exception of him, would be considered bad men in any color, any race. But the problem is they are not, one of them, I've talked about the Creole, has developed enough, given enough time so that his wife can be equally brilliant. He did make it, but not for me. It is a very difficult thing as a Black woman. And Auntie Love and I have been talking about this week. Just the acceptance of the fact that we have a culture of men that struggles with just Bitcoin's at $60,000 this week. So we've had access to this book since October the 30th, right? So there are Black men who've had access to this book, maybe not that early because I prioritized us, but early, who have not even opened the book yet. And I'm all, you do know that if you were willing in yourself to let me rise to the position that I actually am at in your mind, actually am at in terms of being someone who has expertise on this subject, you do know you would have doubled your money by now, right? But because you could not bear to acknowledge that I brought to you something of that kind of, by the way, it's February 2024. You could double that again before the end of the run, potentially. But yes. I'm just saying, it is so difficult to just accept that when Sergeant Love and Father Matthews leave the scene, and my pastor leave the scene, these are all the age of my parents, they're going to leave a culture of men that, see, even though it's not on that particular page that I read, the people who wrote Project 2025 have a plan for the prison system. Sure. You know, Jordan Peterson is out here on Twitter basically calling people bloody degenerates. And if you look at what they look like, there ain't a man among them that's white. So they got a plan for all that too. But it's just like, you're not positioning yourself to be able to lead anything because you don't know nothing about it. You too are trying to get with the ignorant position. You're too worried about whether standing next to me you look like a man, whatever that is. Meanwhile, time, life, and opportunity is supposed to flow by. And if I choose to slow myself down in order to get with or stay with you, we both gonna perish. It is really sad because I have such reverence and love for my father. I wish that I could extend it, but it can't be done. It is really sad to me to just have to say the same thing. It's just like, there's no way. There's no way that I could have been married inside the Black community and accomplished what I've accomplished. There's no way. Bonus points for the fact that I would have married a churchman all of those times. So we're not talking about street thugs. We're not talking about street dudes. We're talking about churchmen. But then what do they love? They love their position in church. So what am I going to be doing? I'm going to be spending the bulk of my time holding up what I'm doing in church and holding up this man's position in church. There's one case in particular that comes to mind. And I told him 2 years in advance the whole thing was going to collapse. So if I had married him, I would have spent all of the panorama of isolation, also known as the pandemic, nursing this man as he watches everything he doubled down his whole existence on. My uncle founded this church. I would have spent that whole 2.5 years nursing this man as everything he saw die. All he had to do was listen to me. And he would have been able to be able to rescue a whole bunch of other people. So I would have been wedded to a situation like that and picking up the broken pieces of this man even now. And again, these are not men that I did not love. I go through the trouble of honoring them again. These are hardworking men. These are men who know how to hold a job. One of them, the Creole, is a high value man. He meets all the qualifications. These are not, and any one of them would meet at least, Sergeant Love would be higher up than that. Any one of these men would meet almost all of the criteria, but they don't have. Sergeant Love was the only one who did and realized it was too late. It's too late in life. The self-awareness. They think, a lot of these men think they have accomplished something because they're doing what they have to do to take care of themselves. And they think they should be not, these men never treated me quite like that, but a lot of their counterparts think they should be bowed down and worshiped just because they figured out how to take care of themselves. No, that's the first requirement of being an adult. You having the best job you can and being able to live where you choose to live in the San Francisco Bay Area means you better get your life together, because you will be on the street or you will be in prison. That's just what we do out here. You don't get extra bonus points for doing what you're supposed to do.
I wonder, Auntie D, this is leaning into what you're saying, right? Because we're all giving examples of the same type of thing. And I wonder if in this conversation thus far, and if you're in the chat right now, if you're coming in later and you're watching this, what is it, Black women, that you're getting from this so far? What we're talking about? Because we're linking single Black motherhood and the fact that we literally allow and other people just do trash single Black mothers. And when you make us the face of the chaos and demise, when actually what we do is take full responsibility for being 360 degrees of a parent when we're supposed to be 180, and then that man's supposed to be 180. So you can't get more responsible than that. You can't be more accountable than that. we've discussed our stories. We've discussed the similarities that we are experiencing as Black women, you know, from the West Coast to the Northeast and the South. You know, we're coming full circle around this. And something I think that Quianna addresses very well. She, you know, in Level Up Single Mom, you were talking about this in your experiences dealing with the fathers, right? And I want to say that your concept of the veil, right, and the bond is something that I feel like we need to apply to not only the fathers of our children who are not accountable or responsible. And let me explain what I mean, people, just really quick. This is a side note for y'all to be able to use this to tell the Black men. Okay, tell me one more damn time that you paying child support. No, Black single mothers pay child support. And what I mean by that, for the dents amongst the folks who are either from the Heritage Foundation and Legion, or they Black men, I'm gonna give this one to y'all for free. Okay. Child support is what I did. Child support is what Quianna has done and is doing. Child support is actually what Miss D does. That's what child support is. Child support is when you do some. You think because I had to go find your ass and drag you out by the nape of your damn neck and pop you in the back of your head to have you pay $20 a week, that you paying child support, or I don't give a damn if it's $500 a month. I don't care if it's $7. I don't care if it's $8. I don't care if it's $9. I don't give a damn what you think you paying. You ain't paying. That's not paying child support. That's me winning a civil suit that's really a criminal case of you walking out and abandoning your child. Because if I left my newborn baby and never looked back, that would be my ass as a Black woman. But you think because I came to get my money for my daughter, you think that that's child support? Oh, poo, that ain't child support. No, child support is what Black single mothers do. That's what we do. You are paying for the fact that I should not have to work 3 and 4 jobs so that I can give that time to cultivating, loving on, uplifting, being there 24/7, whether I'm working or I'm home doing my responsibilities and duties as a full grown Black woman who is a mother with children 24 72 within 24 hours of the day. That's child support. What you do because somebody put a judgment against you, pseudo trumps, is not child support. Okay? That's not child support. So let's be clear about that. What we do is child support. So I'm gonna need all that rhetoric and nonsense and lies y'all be telling. That's another thing. You don't get to misrepresent me. And then that means that White women feel like they can target me. White men feel like they can target me. Everybody feel like they can come for me. While you sit back and do what? Girl, bye. Goodbye. Okay? Black men are not paying child support. If they are not there 24/7 with that baby, they don't know every doctor, every hair on that baby head, every itch, scratch, what excites them, what doesn't, their favorite color, their favorite meal, the whatever. If
And the thing is, that's not even just fathers who aren't with the mother, because that was happening
to married women,
to the married people.
I know. But see, we don't. Again, we're keep being told that we must have you, but we must have you our way.
Yeah.
And whatever it is you doing, don't nobody care. So what I'm saying to us Black women is, what are you getting from what we're telling you here? From everything that we discussed, learning from Quianna, what are you getting? Are you starting to see that you get to hype yourself? Are you starting to see that you do great things and you need to talk about it? You need to let people know, girl, I do all kinds of stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Quianna and Miss D could author books like they told you. And I can agree 1000% with what they're saying because it's the same for me. They could author books because they were able to get rid of the noise of everybody's emotions that we feel like they're our own, of everybody's vibe and energy, of everybody's this and that. And they were able to create a space around themselves, not just in their homes, but wherever they go. They are their environment. So they're able to do that. And what we're saying is you can too. But it's not going to come. You're not going to be legitimized. You're not going to be validated. You're not going to be uplifted, all that stuff. I don't know if you haven't noticed. You're not going to get all that from Black men. You're just not. Okay, girl? It never happened. It's only very rare. There's only rare ones. Okay? Miss D, so she knows like what? 6? I don't know that many, but I'm just saying it's a rare thing. It is actually the exception. All right. So, what are you getting from this? Do you still feel like in some way men legitimize you? And is that why we because we're, as Ms. D has pointed out to us several times, we're going through a grieving process. Is that why we are sitting here listening to men who are using our creativity, brilliance, labor, actual labor, our ability to create from nothing, everything? Are we doing this, or are we going to be able to say, no, actually, I don't need you to validate me. And you definitely don't legitimize me. Okay. And you don't legitimize my children. That's not how this works. Okay. That's not at all how this works. I don't.
Ian, are you talking?
I'm waiting because I just
I'm sorry.
realized. I'm waiting because
No,
I
I was
realized
confused. At
something.
first, I thought she was doing like a jaw exercise, but then I'm like, wait, is she trying to say something? I wasn't sure what was going
My
on.
brain is trying to process something that Auntie
Okay,
Love
because
said, and
I'll be saying stuff, Quianna, and Miss D is like, oh, damn, she done said it again. And then she'll say stuff like she'll come the camera and snap my throat out of my okay, my voice flags out. So we do this all the time. You know what? We were all in, when we were all in the Discords together, y'all did not, y'all were like, what the hell are these two talking about? Right? We keep going. Because she knows all of these things that I don't know, and I know some
No,
stuff.
listen, I was just reading. It was just, listen, it was the wealth of knowledge. I miss it. I would just read.
We'd be in each other's heads, and then we'd be like, well, so what? But if we, but girl, are you trying to tell me? Okay.
Yeah, I just had one of those moments. I'm like, wait, what? See, of course, I haven't dealt with the child support question directly, but there's just two things that you said that I'm like trying to put it together in my head, and then you said something else, and then that question left, but then I realized that was answered. But I don't have any natural children of my own, so I have not had a life grow within me. So I have to pitch the question back to y'all to understand the higher levels of what it must feel like to realize that your other child's parent is so disconnected from self and from the child that a few $100s a month is a problem. That's their child, but they have no sense that it's their child. And then, if that culture of men that they are in is backing them up, we need validation from who? We need validation from a culture of men that backs each other up and not feeling any sense of responsibility for their own children. That's how deep that is. Now, because I'm sitting here talking, because I've listened to these conversations, and I'm sitting up here listening to the conversation about how, I had to choose between this woman has had me pay child support, and I couldn't do what I want to do in my life. I'm like, sir, that's your child. If you have not figured out how to increase your income, and you have not figured out how to better your life so you can better the life of your child, take the child's mother out of it for a second. Do you not understand that you're complaining about the least you can do for your child? Do you not understand that you are out here publicly letting all these other men that you neither know how to compete nor collaborate with successfully, that you find it a matter of emotional distress to do the least for your child, but at the same time, you expect to be respected, you expect to be obeyed, you expect the mothers to bend the knee. You have a culture in which you are telling the entire world that you do not want to do the least for your own children, but you expect to be respected among men that know better. You expect to be obeyed by the women that have to deal with the consequences of you letting them know that you are so messed up in your head and so jacked up that you are publicly letting it be known that you do not want to do the least for your own child. I'm like, this is why I was so mind blowing, because I'm sitting here like, I knew the brethren were in trouble. But see, till I put those two things together, that's why my mouth just kept like, because you literally were watching my brain be like, wait, no. But then, no, you literally were watching my brain just stuttering. You know how when you have the little circle thing that goes on the max and it's just kind of going in the, you know how when Windows 10 is had enough, it's going, you literally watch my brain try not to go, as I'm saying, wait, what? If because I've heard this, and like I said, I don't know what the full emotional impact is, but I listened to both you and Quianna, I've listened to both you and Love talk about discovering that the men who, on paper and by genetics, are the biological fathers have no. It's just like if you can't get that, it's like that's the other thing. The blessed block change lock. I gotta do this weekend.
Let's block and change
If
the lock.
you don't understand that you are cutting your, I mean, black men are so hypersexualized, but basically you are cutting off your lineage. You may as well go ahead and just go a couple of inches closer and just cut it all off, because you basically, for practical purposes, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're basically saying, and then you're going to have all these kids running around who don't respect you either. So it's like you're going to get 50, 60 years of age, and you may as well not have had those organs in the first place, because you basically have come out here and said you only are connected to the pleasure. You don't understand anything else. And sooner or later, there will be a conservative president who will take that evidence of men having those conversations and will say, they are exactly what our foreparents said they were. And here's this video, and this video, and there's this article that was written in 1815, and there's this article written in 1815 that said they were this way. And now we've got the evidence to lock them all back up. I don't want to hear anybody else complaining about it either, because I know what they're doing is they're basically auditioning to get locked up. I mean, I have different reasons, because I know you haven't said redemption for 4 years. We look at
And
this from
don't be
different
looking for me
perspectives.
or my children to be marching for you or anything.
No, and then that's the other thing. Is it even appropriate at this point? Having just like, that's why my mouth was just like, because when you run this down, if you tell me I'm not married, I have no children of my own, if I overheard a man having a conversation about, if it was anybody I knew, I would block him on all platforms. If I was mailing him a book, I would have it snatched back. You don't need Bitcoin, sir. You do not deserve it. You go figure it out and lose money. Go buy Bitcoin in September 2025 and let what's supposed to happen to you happen to you when you lose all your money. That's what needs to happen to you, because you're gonna have to get hit rock bottom before you realize you need to get your life together, together. But see, this is the other thing. We don't want to talk about George Floyd's background before what happened to him. Yeah, sensitive topic for discussion. That's right. We done been good to this point, but nah.
I so forgot to do.
But I'm just like, we don't want to talk about how this man thought it was good to put guns next to black women's pregnant bellies. We don't want to talk about how we went hard for a man. Now, don't get twisted. What happened to him was unjust. But see, ain't nobody going hard for that woman that Umar Johnson had that done to the other day. Ain't nobody talking about that. We ain't going hard for her like that. Ain't nobody planning to go into the street for her. How those I will not call them men, excuses for feral dogs got whipped up by that excuse for a halfway 26-year scammer. We not see at this point I'm sitting up here like, wait, you have a problem with doing the least for your, with all y'all talk about your lineage and your polygamy and your seed and all the rest of it. Yeah, no, see, player, it's like, what is that sound that Mario makes? The game over noise from Mario. That's what y'all need right now. That's where we at, because see, what y'all just shared is just, it's just stuff that I don't have a way of having lived and experienced, because I don't have that experience. But these men are, I don't have, I gotta think, we blew out ignorant, but this is a level that even defies that. I mean, it'll get you to the same place in the end, but it's just kind of like, if you are up here publicly complaining about supporting your own children, like your children are not on social media are gonna see that. I got nothing. I got nothing. it's just like, would any rational person be connected to that culture? Would any rational person make it, being deceived is one thing, but when you know better, would you ever? It's just like, is any other culture ever going to respect that culture of men?
Well,
No.
Quianna said it too. Quianna, you had said, oh God, it just went out of my head. Because I'm learning so much. That's what it is. I'd have met, okay, I get to be in Quianna's presence and Miss D, so you know what? It's a whole bunch of geniuses over here. And I'm trying to keep up. Let me think. Quianna, to Miss D's point, I think a lot of people, because we don't tell our stories, and there's reasons why we don't. We get punished for it, for one thing, but we get isolated for it in cruel ways, right?
And still don't get the help we need. So we get punished, we don't get the help we need, and now we're at a deficit.
Yes. So when you hear like Miss D, because we don't talk about it. I don't know where like Miss D would have heard it, or other people, just other demographics, because we're so busy as Black women not understanding what it means for us to be empaths. I'm not talking about white women. I need y'all to make a real differentiation, okay? We're not talking about the same thing, okay? I don't know how to explain this to people yet, because I don't have the Lexus to give you the words for it at this time, but Black women here in the United States, I'm speaking for right now, we are the literal conscience, morality healers. We do we do work and all of these things, and we receive no credit for it, but we're also being taught we are not allowed to speak on our own, what we go through, what a day looks like for us as a Black woman, a single Black mother, what that really looks like. So all of these other people get to come in and say these things. And then we're taught, well, it's not what people say about you, is what, no, it is though. Because I've said this a million times, and Project 2025 just crystallizes it again. Too easily, what comes out of the mouths of white women, white men, Black men can become policies that become bills and laws to mutilate, dismember, lynch.
Sterilize.
Yes, all Black women and Black girls. Now, if you think I'm kidding, we're gonna say this again. You have hospitals, right? And doctors' offices. Why would Black women be dying 4 times more than white women in the same facilities, under the same administration, under the same care in each one of these facilities? Why is that the case? And that number's higher depending on where you are. So the different times that they try to make up shit, like, oh, Black women are ignorant and they don't go to get health care, so therefore, that's what they were saying like before Reagan's time. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, up till the late 50s, very late 50s, we were not allowed to be in your hospitals, which turned out to be a good thing because we were delivering our own babies at home with our own midwives, and usually they were like our mothers, grandmothers, aunties, cousins, and stuff like that. So they really gave a fuck about us. And it's so weird how all of these children lived and these women survived to have even more children. That's really strange when you are now in 2024 and what y'all know to be a fact is that Black women are dying 4 times more than white women, and we're the most highly educated. We do take our health seriously because we feel like we have to, if for no other reason, other people are depending on us. So how did we get from in the 19 up to the late 1950s? How did we get from delivering all these children at home that were delivered, you know, we were helped through our delivery and pregnancy by other Black women? How did that happen to we're now dying 4 times more than white women, and our babies, our newborns died twice as often as theirs? Because I don't know why we keep saying, and this is why I brought what my husband set up as well. We need to stop telling ourselves that people are just good people. And they really do care. Because people are showing you they really don't care. They don't care. They don't. And let me tell y'all something I discovered years ago, decades ago. Black men don't like me. Now, I know someone's fun to believe, oh, would you like conflicting and some other bullshit? Okay, they don't like me either. They don't. They kind of don't like each other. They definitely don't like kids. They don't like us. And I don't mean just here in the United States. I want y'all to take yourself over there to the Congo where they all talking about, oh, this is what Apple did. That's what white supremacists do. But why are you Black men on the ground being slave drivers? Because you Black men are the one with the guns who are physically raping these women and children while you stand over them during the day to ensure that they work in a radioactive environment. But you're supposed to be our protectors. And if we let you lead, then, oh, everything will be fine. Well, girl, all I gotta do is look at the continent. No, that's what you, girl, I don't want no parts of it. No. And I know what you do as fathers who abandon and neglect and criminally walk away from your children. I know what you do. I've experienced you personally. So anecdotally, yeah.
That's it.
And through loved ones. Okay. I see y'all do shit right yet. Why do we keep saying to ourselves as Black women, well, there's some good Black men. Well, girl, we ain't got time for that. Because when white women ain't killing us over there in the hospitals, and listen, my daughter's gonna kill me, but she had to go to the dentist, okay? Real quick. She goes to the dentist. She has dental insurance, okay? This girl, she's 24. She pays for this shit herself, all right? Because you know how shit works in the United States. We ain't gonna get no universal health care as long as Black people are in existence. Because if they get universal health care, then what? Oh, single Black mothers are gonna get? No, we can't have that. We'll kill off a whole lot of poor white people in order to prevent single Black mothers from getting a damn thing, okay? That they work 3 times and 10 times and 1,000 times harder for than we ever thought of. Okay, whatever. So y'all are going to, we're just going to keep this going. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep lying to ourselves for what? Why do we keep telling ourselves this when their actions show us they don't fucking like us? They're telling us all over the internet how much they hate us. They are showing us by literally taking our lives every 4.5 hours. And dear God, whatever you do, don't be pregnant. Bless you, Ms. D. Dear, whatever you do, don't be a pregnant Black woman. That's 11 times more likely you're going to be murked by Black men. Or don't be a trans Black woman. And this whole pseudo fight that we have between us and trans Black women, I'm gonna need that to stop. That's a whole nother conversation. But the thing is, why are we sitting here telling this same bullshit ass story to each other when we could be taking that energy from weaving this whole story and actually dealing with the reality of the situation?
That is a wonderful place to transition to solutions, because we do need to help each other provide answers to this question. But Quianna said earlier, it takes work. But y'all, look, if you don't know anything about Nazi Germany, just put this under your hat. If you don't want to do the work, there's a good chance you might not be here. Your children will be re-enslaved. So, with that in mind, let's go to the solution section, because I know on the East Coast it's a little bit later than it is here, and I know that we got school, we got stuff we got to do in the morning. Got it.
Did we say hello to the other MJ and CH? Hello, both of you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Miss D.
That's okay. That's fine. Oh, Quianna, you're on mute.
I was just going to say hi to everybody. I'm sorry I wasn't able to address you as the comments were coming in. This was a struggle stream for me. I've been struggling just trying to stay on the screen. So, but hi to everyone. I think I saw True Mystique, the other MJ, was it CJ? I'm so sorry if I'm messing it up, but I saw you. Hello, Tea Time. And True Mystique. Did I say True Mystique? Mara, I saw you. Anybody else I forgot? But hi, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, let me just go. A lot of things that you said, you actually named our first solution, Quianna. One of the main things that you mentioned was you decided not to play small, and you decided to be as big as you were and get over there and take over the situation. But in order for us to learn how to do that, some of us have to unlearn some things. So the first thing I'm going to recommend, I'm going to acknowledge the host. Y'all need to go ahead and take the self-confidence course for Black women. Just invest in yourself. And if you are struggling in this area, please go ahead and do it. Okay, just go do that. We're going to acknowledge the host first. If you are a single mother and you need to get your dignity back, we're going to acknowledge our guest. And that, of course, would be Miss Quianna Footman, who is the author of Level Up. You need to go ahead and invest in yourself. Two, because everything else I'm about to say to you is not going to make sense to you unless you believe that you are worthy to have it. So if you are struggling with the idea that I can have these things, I can level up, you want to take the time to address those things in yourself. I also mentioned Taraji P. Henson has therapy resources, the Boris L. Henson Foundation, I think it's named after her dad, for Black women. And then MyMentor.life has a lot of Black women life coaches. MyMentor.life. I have a wonderful life coach that helped me to unpack some of these things when I was age 40. And because I had already started working on myself, I survived the self-confidence, because you're going to have to do some work. And Miss Coretta, she's Daughter of Zion Consulting now. She went out on her own. Daughter of Zion Consulting. I can recommend her. But the point I'm making here is you're going to need to deal with the parts of you that are afraid and are scared and that don't want you to pick up the rest of this information. So may I suggest that first? And like I said, I'm giving honor to our host. She has a wonderful course. And the thing is, she's in the course helping you with it. She is, you ask questions and you have questions about that, Auntie Love really does get in there with you. So don't feel like you're going to be by yourself. Continue working through there. And then I'm not going to tell you about the secret super special gifts that are, and about, I will mention myself third, but the Seasoned Crypto Bull Run for Financial Freedom is in the journal that's in a part of that course. I wrote the outline to that book with materials that I received as part of the course for self-confidence, for becoming a self-confident Black woman, which will lead me to going to third in line. After you have decided that you can get the things that you need, you might want to double check back into Level Up Single Mom's playlist and find all the videos on Birth Your Bag, because you're going to need some money. And I'm just saying it publicly, whenever you get ready to restart that, Quianna, I would love to come and break down this crypto thing, so we can help the people birth
You're
their
going to be the
Bitcoin.
first person featured.
But you need to look at, okay, there is money available to me that is not directly connected to the slavery of my foremothers, and it's available right now. Learning about finance in general, working on your financial education is very important, because in this society, we do need money, but pay attention to what Kiana Footman said. Find spaces in which Black women are actually doing things and moving forward. That may or may not be your church. But I can suggest to you, for example, if you're interested in remote work, if you're interested in time freedom, financial freedom, Stephanie Perry's Exodus Summit Network, and you can find that on Facebook, is a good resource. Now, I'm not someone getting ready to move out of the country right now, but we talk about time freedom, location freedom, financial freedom, and ways you can do this. There are many YouTube channels that will also have insights about remote work, about how you balance remote work and having a child, how you make these things work. There are too many channels to list, but the information that you need, if you're watching us, you can find out about anything that you need to know. And all three of us have channels. So you'll find me, Deandy Matthews, but also Him to the Hands, because that's my old YouTube name. So that's there. Level Up Single Mom, go through her archives. Woman Chat Wednesday is one of the most beautiful experiences that I was ever in the chat on. And if you want to know the history of Black women, look, go on and subscribe. Y'all are already here. Just do it. And then she's gonna teach you about some self-defense items. She got me over here getting ready, now getting material for the Bay Area Gun Owners Club. And I'm generally not the one, but then I've talked to my parents and realized I'm gonna inherit some stuff. So I got to get my life together because I'm going to be a gun owner no matter what I do. So I need to get my life together and start pulling things together. And then of course, living in San Francisco, you really have to be careful about that. But we do need to think about our self-defense. And that's another area that you need to look at as you begin to develop yourself. Even in the case of me doing this book about Bitcoin, well, Bitcoin went to $60,000. That means it's going to be some contrary individuals in a few years that are going to be like, they didn't want to get the book and read it, but they're going to want in later. And as Black women, so many people covet what we bring to the table. People asking what you bring to the table that don't even have one, but then get mad because they can't sit down. So you also then, as you develop yourself, but before we get to having to do actual violence, we want to talk about something that Ms. Footman said. One of the things you want to do is you go through the self-confidence course, and as you read Level Up, what is your default? What will you and what will you not allow? That is your first ring of self-defense. You never get killed by the murderer that you don't allow into your life, unless, of course, bullets don't know. You could be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But you don't find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time if you're not going to places where you don't need to be for validation, because you have settled this down in yourself. So the first set of solutions is you have tools available. You have Auntie Love and you have Quianna Footman, who have provided resources for you to read and to study so that you can get settled in yourself. And if you can't do that, it's going to be very hard to do these other things consistently. Then you need to look at your financial education, because if you don't have enough money, that will dominate and that will cause you to be driving you to go to different places. Now, of course, I'm talking to people who are all shades, and I need to say this as the Christian on the line who is the most open about it. Another solution is to get out of putting money in a no good church. Stop paying to be poisoned. Now, this goes for any organization that you're a part of that you're wasting time with. Stop paying to be poisoned. I can tell you on the authority of Jesus Christ, he has no intention that you sit under false teachers and false prophets. In fact, if you read the back half of the Bible, he said that the false teacher has come to steal, to kill, and to destroy, and that I have come that they might have life and have it more abundantly. If your church isn't into that, then you need to leave. And you need to take your money out of that and reinvest it in yourself and in your family. Okay? It's real simple. One of the solutions is for us to really look at as Black women, what are we spending our money and time on that's giving us no return? And we need to stop doing that. And a lot of us are churched. Now, a lot of us don't want to hear it from Auntie Love because Auntie Love doesn't understand. She ain't with us. She's a heretic. She's a heathen. She's an idol worshiper. And she's just over here like, hey, but we don't want to hear it from her. But sometimes because people are on the outside looking in, sometimes we can't see the forest for the trees. Look, even heretical heathens can read. And if you have the Holy Spirit living on the inside of you, it is a shame to him that you need a heretical heathen to tell you that, because the Holy Spirit will tell you to get up out of there. Stop making Jesus look bad.
It's gone too far if I'm telling you.
Exactly. One of the solutions for us as Black women is stop financing your own oppression. But you still may need to read Quianna's book first. And you still may need to take the course of self-confidence with Black women before you can understand the levels of this. That's enough. That's enough for today, because there are a lot of things you can do, but I really want you to focus on, before you go buy Season Crypto Bullrun, by the way, shout out to True Mystique, the greatest cover designer in the history of evidence. Right now, her schedule is full, but when she does open up doors and take on some more clients, y'all need to get your lives together and go over there and support the sister, for real, because she does tremendous. If y'all seen my book, shoot.
It's in the description. Everything.
It's in the description.
Yes, for Auntie D, for Quianna, all of it is in the description.
Okay, but I want you to focus. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
What I want you to focus on, if the ideas that you're hearing are new to you, I want you to get Quianna's book and I want you to read it. Read all of it. And then sit down and figure out how it makes you feel. See if you see yourself in those pages. It was a very difficult book to read because I did not know. But I feel like, having read that book from the outside looking in, now I know things that I need to know to be able to minister to the mothers of the children that I work with. If you are a single mother, this book will make you feel seen, acknowledged, and understood, and that you have a right to life and to have it abundantly. And that all these things people are telling you because you had a child out of wedlock, but they ain't telling the dad that. All that foolery. You need to read this book to help you to heal from that, and then you need to take the Self-Confidence Black Women course. Do both. But work with your budget. It is a significant investment in yourself to do both of these things. But start there. And then you can go on and look at, we'll be back. We're going to be doing vetting 101 next week. But start there, because you're going to find acknowledgement and validation and solutions to understand you're not alone. And then you'll be able to take that and not leave it to everybody else to make you feel seen. You're going to learn how to do this for yourself. You're going to learn your experience is valid for yourself. Quianna said the reason we don't always get this is we don't want to work. No, I'm going to need y'all to buckle down. And then when you have that down, then we'll be able to talk more with you about other things that you could do. But solutions, focus on making sure that you understand that you have a right as a Black woman, as a single Black mother. Make sure you understand that you have the right for everything else. And then, like I said, go through Miss Footman's channel. There's a lot of wonderful subjects on Women Chat Wednesdays. There's even a few in there I haven't seen because she was kind enough to tell me that some of them were a little bit spicy in content. But for those of you who love the spice and you want to talk about that sex life, she even got content for how you have dignity on how to do that. Because I know that's important for a whole lot of people. I'm an exception.
It's a part
But
of
I'm
the
just saying.
It's a part of the journey.
What was the one that you said about Zig discipline? Because you couldn't say the other one. I remember that. For those of you who have every aspect of your life that you can now live in a dignified way as a Black woman, Quianna Footman has covered it. If you listen to Confidence with Love, not only is she going to cover these subjects, but oh my gosh, she going to teach you how to. If someone asks you for a phone number that you don't want to give them, you just call 9MM380. She gonna show you how to do that. She got a video. She up in her bedroom showing you how to do what it is you supposed to. I know how. If I had to do it in an emergency to handle all the weaponry I'm going to embarrass, because I know how to breathe out, because I get the practicing at the house. Now, a lot of what you need, listen to these channels. A lot of what you need, read these books, take these courses, start. The other solution is if you're here, you're already on your way. Recognize that this day, today, you ain't got to ask anybody for permission, but in case you need it, I'm giving it to you. Is the first day of the rest of your life. If you're here, you have already been granted the opportunity. The door is already, of course, not going to open any further, but the door is being opened unto you. Feel confident to listen to this again. Pick up the things that were, go back and listen to the things that were moving to you. Recognize you're not alone. There are millions of us. What is it? We are 18 million Black women. There are 18 million of us, and there's an undercount. And there's probably at least 7, so there's about 25, 30 million of us. Do not feel dismayed. If you're here and you're listening and you've made this kind of significant investment, you've got what you need to get the dignity back. You can level up. You can regain or gain for the first time the confidence you need to get out there. Right, from lack to legacy. That's Tea Time Beauty Perfect.
Yeah,
That's
Tea Time was. I want y'all to know. Please go back and look at what Tea Time has placed in the chat for. I was trying to sneakily, without even asking her permission, give her permissions as a moderator so she can this stuff, right? But okay, I'm gonna figure it out.
Okay, we'll be back in a couple weeks.
I want to add find transmutation reset training. Is that what it's called?
Huh.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have heard of that before.
Okay. Wait, are you talking about? Oh, I don't know.
Transmutation
I'll
reset.
send it
I've
to
heard
you
of that.
guys. I think you guys would love. I could have sworn I found it on your channel. Maybe I found her through you, Deanne, because maybe I found her in your comments.
Is it Transmuted Living? Is that
Transmute now? Yes. Originally, it was Transmutation
Yes,
but
it
now
was.
it's
And then she
Transmuted.
changed. Yeah, she changed her name. I'm like, I know that sounds, but yeah, we probably have all run into each other and all that. Yeah, Tea Time Beauty's putting all these magnificent. There's probably a show to be done. Stephanie Perry did this show, but it probably needs to be done again. She did a whole show where she did a whole show about other Black women content creators. We probably need to do another one. That's a Noir Aunties too. We just get together and pull together our favorite channels and just throw stuff up at the screen and be like, here's the people that you can follow. Not today, but I'm just saying there's so much available to you, sisters, so that you do not have to be out here being terrorized. Oh, another solution. You know how if you're on YouTube, you look at any video and to the side, right off to the, your right, my left. No, the other right. Whatever side it's on. It's over here. It's over here from your perspective. There's 3 dots there. When you see foolery, you just hit do not recommend channel and the foolery disappears. Eventually your algorithm will clean itself up and serve you positive materials.
It sure does.
you will eventually be able to keep terrorists off your timeline. And let me tell you what else it does. When YouTube begins to get, again, how many of us did I say there were? There's 18 million of us. If we start going through YouTube and just looking at these titles and be like, you said what now? Bye.
Mm-hmm.
If enough of us start going through our social media and blocking and reporting and all the rest, you know that these channels are not going to be able to exist, right? You know that the fellow who's been turning to dust for almost 2 years now, who had the temerity to suggest that if we dared to go out at 5:01, we basically deserve whatever happened to us. He had the temerity. Well, he had supposedly 70% of his subscribers were black women. That's darn near 1 million black women. Remember, we do not need to be validated by these people. Who? Mr. Twice Divorced got caught on the video parking in the parking lot with the cardboard with the leaking car underneath the car. Got caught out there. Didn't get, out here. People talk about his swelling fingers and he was sitting in the dark because he was degenerating in front of folks. Out here, got caught with the woman he said he would never be with because she was a larger woman and passed the wall. And you end up, and she wouldn't even go to the hospital with him when he died. We don't need to be validated for the likes of him or anybody who would follow anybody a fool like that. You ain't even have enough sense to know to lay off the Red Bull, and we're supposed to be scared of you, and we're supposed to be counter. So what you do with them, ladies, is you go to the side and you start hitting do not recommend on the foolery. And you do this consistently, and your algorithm will begin filling itself with things that you can learn from and feel uplifted by. And that will help you with your social media life. This is also true on Twitter. This is true on Facebook. This is true on Instagram. This is true on Snapchat. This is true on Pinterest. This is true on TikTok. You have control. You just have to use it. You have power. You got the power. Power. You got the power. Just use it.
You know what? Thank you for that. Because it crystallized it. Okay, Miss D, you're always able to say things. I just feel like she communicates so much better than me a lot of times, right? she has you have that way. And that you are telling us about, here are some of the solutions we can take action on in this moment, right? I just want to let both of you know how, and all of you Black women, I want you to know how important you are and how much you matter. Okay. I understand what the world tells you, and I'm telling you, I personally do not see you that way. And I wish and I hope that you can learn not to see yourself as less than or whatever. A lot of the bold talk you hear me do, a lot of the things that the way that you hear me put language together, the way that I am profane, the way that I'm a heretic, it is also to illuminate the behaviors of someone who understands that she is powerful. And I want you to understand that about yourselves as Black women and Black girls. And the reasons why I challenge the way that people tell us after they've attacked us and violated us, how we can respond to that. Meaning they get to tell us we keep their secrets, we shut up, and we swallow those secrets, even though those secrets were committed against our bodies, our our souls as little girls and then as young women. We do not need to accept that. And I know there's a fear in between what I'm telling you I see in us as Black women and Black girls and what we've been told other people need us to think about ourselves. Okay? So that is truly one of the solutions, just like Miss D has said. And it's really something Quianna said in her book. Lifting the veil of what other people have basically woven for you to believe about yourself is very important. It doesn't matter whether that's the father who abandoned your children, because it's a funny thing that I will hear Black man after Black man and some Black women saying, well, the reason that men leave is because you won't be their peace and you won't be their this and you're just too this and y'all are celebrating single motherhood too much and you are, the problem is y'all don't feel shame no more and guilt and all of these things. Girl, no, the problem is you need to shut the hell up and go mind your business, because this over here, single Black mothers, this is grown folks business and it doesn't include you. That's why I press that even though we have learned what we've learned in this society, how to try to make ourselves smaller and smaller and smaller. And then because we don't want our children to hurt and be punished in such cruel ways as these people do be doing, because they have a history of tearing our skin off of us, of boiling us alive, of burning us alive, of unaliving us by policy and procedure. The reason we die 4 times more than white women is because it's in the hospital policy that they don't listen to you because you are a Black woman. It's not a joke what we're telling you. And I know it seems overwhelming, but I'm going to ask us too, as a part of the solution, that we start this. This is like a link up to what Auntie D was saying about not giving your money to the church when they're not giving back to the community and uplifting the most vulnerable in the community and taking care of the most vulnerable in the community. When they're not doing these things, you know, that's really not in alignment with us as Black women and Black girls, if we're going to be honest. That's not how we see things. We believe that people should be fed, clothed, housed. We believe that, and we show it, right? Because we do that all the time as Black women. So what happens when you keep your money in your pocket? Okay. What happens when we are no longer listening to Black men participating? I've seen women participating with that dude, Antoine or whatever his name is, participating in his bullshit and as Ms. Steve will say, foolery. Okay. And I know we call each other names like pick-me's and all that stuff. I hate that shit, but because I don't want us to try to degrade each other either. You know what I'm saying? That's why when Ms. D talks about language, that's why it's important. That's why you don't get to refer to Black women in my presence as baby mamas. Oh, I'm looking
so
white.
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but it's 10 o'clock here.
Oh, darn it. I'm sorry.
It is 6:30.
Yeah.
You would think I would know. Okay, where's Michaela telling me I need to take my medication?
Right. We do know. Yeah,
And
you gotta.
I love the conversation, but I'm feeling myself like, oh.
Yeah, well, me and my stories puts everybody to sleep. Don't worry about it. I just have that effect. It's okay. Love it. You hear my kids, they're like, no, please, not a history lesson. Or I will wrap it up. I want us to just see how incredible we are. Please, Black women, that's all I'm asking. Can we do that? And can we just cut these other people off and not waste our energy on them?
Yeah,
That is the
that's
perfect wrap.
it.
Quianna, thank you for being here a second time and for very
Thank
gently asserting
you.
your boundary.
I
It's
always
10
love
o'clock.
talking with you
Appreciate it.
guys.
And
You
hopefully
know,
we
you
will
can
have you
hear.
back and,
Yeah.
and talk about, because I figured Miss Tessa, say it correctly for you, Tessa Ressa, Tisa Risa,
Oh, Risa.
Risa Tisa probably
Risa.
is probably going to need a nice, respectful discussion. And there's some other things that we
Yeah.
probably will come up over the course of the next year. DA Fannie, Madam DA Fannie Willis, and the way they treated that woman. That's a whole conversation. So we hope that we can invite you to come back to talk about different subjects in the future. We would love to do that. Thank you for
I
being with
would
us a
love
second
to.
time.
It'll be my pleasure.
Yes.
And Auntie
Please,
Love,
please, please,
always
please.
the greatest host, and we appreciate it. And of course, I'm your Auntie D. I just told y'all to leave some of y'all churches, yeah, because that's what we gotta do over here on Why Aunties. Well, your aunties love you, so we just can't leave you out there doing stupid stuff, and we know better. Thank
Yeah.
you for
Listen,
spending
I want to
5 hours.
say to the people. I want to say to the people, look, if of everything that was discussed here in terms of the issues and then the solutions, your best first step is to figure out what your default is. And that's your default in everything. Just find your core, find your center, figure out who you are as a person, what it is that you bring into the world, and what makes the best environment for you to be able to do so in a self-sustaining way. And once you do that, all this other stuff becomes so easy because you're going to feel when somebody is messing up the energy that you need to do what you do. So it's not even going to be a matter of, oh, I can't live without sex. I will live without sex because I don't need all the mess that comes with it. It won't be, oh, we've been together for so long. It's going to be, I can't stay with that person another minute because now I can feel the energy draining out of my body. I can feel my blood pressure rising. I can, like, so just figure out who you are and thusly what you need, and then just go from there, and you'll start speaking up more. You'll start recognizing your opportunities when they're right there in your face. You'll start doing creative things that will give you the right things to say when the opportunities are in your face. So that is what I want to leave everyone with.
And that was beautiful. And I'm not going to add to that. That's perfect.
Me either. I got nothing. Okay. I got some
Thank
of
you
my
all for
notes that
being
I
with
done
us
learned
today.
from both of y'all. And I need a week to get it all
Yeah,
in.
we'll be back on the 8th,
Get
so
my
it'll be
learning.
about 8 days from now. So that'll work. Next week
Yeah.
we have vetting 101. Once you establish what your default is, then we need to talk about how you actually keep people out that are trying to work their way in. But for tonight, thank you all for being with us. 5 solid hours. But we worked out. Thank you, and we'll see you next time on Noir Aunties. And thank you again, Quianna.
Bye.
Yes, I can't wait for you to come back, girl. Ooh. Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
everybody.